like turtles. No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Paleo leatherback, paleo leatherback, paleo leatherback.
So, dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other and connect.
Paleo LB left,
And I
paleo
certainly wouldn't want
LB
our
middle,
species to
paleo
end the
L
same
right.
way.
I like turtles.
オサガメは太平洋や大西洋、インド洋に地中海などいろんなところに住むウミガメの仲間で、日本でも時々見つかったりすることがあります。大きさは大きいものだと2メートル以上、重さ500キロ以上と、身近なものだと自動販売機と同じくらいの、ウミガメどころか今生きているカメの中では一番大きい、すごいでかいカメです。しかも、一番は大きさだけでなく、泳ぐ速さもウミガメで一番速くて、潜る深さも1000メートル以上と、これまた一番深くて、泳ぐ距離も1万2000キロと、記録尽くしのとんでもないカメだったりします。そんなオサガメは、見た目が非常に特徴的で、形は、上から見ると他のカメに比べて細長い流線形で、頭からお尻の方にかけてケールがある。モーターボートをひっくり返したような形になっていて、それのおかげで水の抵抗が少なく早く泳げるのではと考えられています。そしてもう一つ、見た目の大きな特徴として、他のカメのような硬い甲羅がないっていうのもあります。オサガメの甲羅は細かい骨が集まってアスファルト舗装されたみたいになった上を皮膚が覆っていて、硬いゴムのような弾力性を持っています。この弾力性のおかげで水深1000メートル以上潜っても水圧に耐えることができるというわけです。ちなみに、こういった特徴から、オサガメは英語だとレザーバックタートルもしくはレザーバックシータートルって言いますが、
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. We've got a very exciting stream today, and I'm glad you're here for it. We are going to be interviewing one of the world's foremost authorities on marine turtles, somebody whose name comes up again and again and again throughout the literature on sea turtles, especially leatherbacks. Dr. Jeanette Wyneken will be joining us in, I think, about half an hour here. So very, very excited about that. But, I've been looking forward to this. And I'm glad you appreciated the new cold open, everybody. I found that video over the weekend, and I said, you know what? This needs subtitles. I don't speak Japanese. I don't understand Japanese. That was the closest approximation that I could come to through context clues. Anyway. But I'm glad you're here, everybody. If anyone's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Whether it's broadcasting live from the field. You know what? Here, let's pull up a little channel trailer real quick that should be fairly self-explanatory, I think. And then we'll get into leatherback turtles. But this is what we're all about here on this channel. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. That's what we're all about here. Paleontology, the study of fossils. Everything from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales. From fossil frogs to fossil ferns. That is the purview of the paleontologist. I happen to work mostly on dinosaurs, or at least I have up until this point. So that's largely what we talk about here, but any topic related to the history of life on Earth falls under the umbrella of paleontologizing. I want to show you what fossil science is all about, why it's important, how you can get involved, how an understanding of the history of life on our planet Earth can enrich your daily life and give you a perspective that you wouldn't otherwise have. We'll be doing a fair bit of that today, but we'll be focusing largely on leatherback turtles, which is a kind of recent obsession of mine. And Go for Fluffernut, thank you for the 32 months of support. Hey,
I'm
appreciate
touching
that very
Thank you
much.
so
Thank you,
much,
thank
Danny.
you. Though that alert was supposed to have... Oh, goodness. We're having stream alerts difficulties again. I deleted that alert and it's still coming up. Anyway, we'll talk about that hopefully tomorrow. I don't want to sour the mood for right now because this is going to be a fun, exciting stream. Isn't it, Sweetie Pie? And we're getting a visit from a landlord already. How are you doing, sweetie? What's shaking with you? Here, hang on. There we go. What's going on, Sweetie Pie? Now rent is due, Zool. Yeah, well, we'll just make sure that we appease the landlord here. Huh, Tweety Pie? We'll get into leatherback turtles in a second, and then I don't know if we'll have time to do Metazoa before the interview. But we didn't do it yesterday either, so... Yesterday we had a very special stream. It was kind of a surprise. I heard that famed paleo artist Brian Eng was going to be in town, making a delivery of a giant ground sloth sculpture to the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. So a lot of you got to catch that. If you didn't, you should check out the VOD. It's now up on YouTube too, I think. But pretty excellent to have such a kind of a world-class piece of paleo art there at the museum. It's exciting stuff.
Oh,
That was a ton of fun. And thank you, Nell, for the 100 bits. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Time to pay the daily tribute to all glorious feline landlords.
Thank you, Nell. I, for one, welcome our new feline overlords. Not new. I've been under your reign for several years now. Oh, Sweetie Pie. She's been largely benevolent. She's maybe slightly more benevolent than the other landlords. Mini Pie and Moon Pie, but don't tell them I said that. Huh. Yeah. Do you see yourself in the camera there? She's intrigued. Okay. Yeah. Alright, let's get you some treats, huh? Hey, Big Gamey, good to see you. Oh, time to pay up, huh? It's a protection racket. There you go. Look at all those. Let's take a few. I'm breaking the bank today. Ooh, good stuff. Tasty, tasty. What do you think? Is it pretty good? I'm glad she's enjoying it. Anyway, it's good to see you all, chat. What a privilege to be able to do science outreach like this. People show up day after day. Excited to learn. Excited to form a new appreciation for the history of life on Earth and our part in it. How cool is this? Anyway, and Shark Geek, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome, Shark Geek. We are going to be interviewing today a scientist from your home state, Florida. We'll get to that in a little bit, but I'm very excited. Very excited. You nailed today's Metazoa. Nice, Petrodactylus. Cool. I don't know if we'll have time to do that today. There you go, Alexander Morrison. Yeah. No. Florida really is a uniquely cool state in the U.S. In terms of its geography, in terms of its ecosystems, in terms of the cool critters that live there and live nowhere else throughout the United States. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool, sweetie pie. Not gonna lie. Couldn't. Now with you around. No, you are not. You are not merciful toward liars. Rightfully so. Aw, sweetie pie. Jazzy Cat says Florida panthers are so cool. Yeah, they're I don't know if they're considered a subspecies or if they're just a regional variant of Puma concolor. Puma, aka mountain lion, aka catamount, aka cougar. There's so many different regional names. We have those right here in California too. In fact, we were talking all about this last week. That puma who was spotted and then later captured right in the middle of urban San Francisco. Yeah, that was a big theme of last week's streams. We were covering that story as it was unfolding. Really cool. That cat is now, I presume, doing just fine out in the wild after having been relocated. So yeah. Interesting, Alexander, huh? Anyway, cool stuff. And 100 cold-shocked iguanas. Yeah, Valent, those poor iguanas. There were news stories about that I didn't share because I just felt so bad for those iguanas, who, again, I don't believe are endemic to Florida. They're not native. They didn't evolve there. They were introduced. Now they're kind of all over the place, but yeah. Anyway, it's good to see you, Valent. I'm glad you could be here today. Really excited for our scientist interview. Do you think... Oh, no, I'm not even gonna... Well, let's try and do Metazoo real quick, even before we do a Blue Sky post. I'll put that I'm live here. And then we'll do a post in a little bit. But Petrodactylus said that today's... Well, she was able to get it pretty quickly. There we go. We're gonna go until, yeah, about 6 p.m. 4 hours is the most you can do here. Yeah, and Fish and Wildlife has been picking up the turtles. Oh yeah, there's probably cold stunned sea turtles too. Yeah, Shark Geek. Well, those are gonna be your smaller species of turtle, your hard-shelled sea turtles, your Calaniids. Probably some Ridleys and some loggerheads, maybe some greens. Usually leatherbacks don't get cold stunned, so that's maybe a small consolation. Anyway, let's try and do Metazoo real quick. Yeah, let's do it.
Hold on to your butts.
And we might even cheat a little bit here. Because apologies for not remembering, but your names show up as the same color in my chat window here. Petrodactylus, is it you or Sloppy Salamander, where you always start off with the King Cobra? I tried to spell Cobra with a K. I think we're gonna do that. Okay. I actually kind of feel better that didn't quite, yeah. That's you. Okay. Glad I remembered that correctly. It is a bony fish, but it is not. Interesting. But it is not an amniote. Here, under normal circumstances, I would be providing more background information here, but yeah. Let's take these. Just do vertebrates. So our critter is a bony fish, but it is not an amniote, nor is it a Sarcopterygian. So we get to cobra, which is kind of tetrapod, it's kind of reptile. No, a metazoa says, nope, Euteliostomi, so it's going to be part of this clade. It's not going to be a Sarcopterygian. It's not a lobe-finned fish. It has to be a ray-finned fish instead, which is going to be tricky. But let's pick some kind of teleost. That's the most speciose group here. We'll go with, like, I don't know, clownfish, maybe. Do they have that? They do. Let's try that. Let's see if that gets us anywhere. It is a percomorph? Okay, shoot. Let's not get stuck in purgatory again. This is a critter within Percomorpha. Percomorphaceae. The percomorphs. There we go. And there you go, Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah, so it is a critter. We're down to only 18,000 species. So, they're so speciose. This is such a big clade. Percomorphaceae. Yeah, okay. But, here, so let's find out where clownfish are. Why do they not have clownfish in one zoo? What's the deal there? Anemone fish, maybe? Try that. Anemone fish. Yeah, it's almost like there's just a huge blank spot here. Amphiprion is the genus name. Let's try that. Okay. Alright, so here is where those just split. Our critter could be, I don't think it's going to be a Brotula or this one that I can't say on stream, family-friendly broadcast. It's not going to be a cusk, they're not going to have that. It's not going to be a toadfish, they're not going to have that either. It could be something like a mackerel or a tuna. Let's try mackerel. Let's see if that gets us anywhere closer.
Hold on to your butts.
Nope. Oh, boy. Shoot. So, not a mackerel. It's gonna be something fairly early diverging, I presume. It could be something like a tuna? Let's try that. It's not gonna be a tuna, I don't think, but I still want to... Oh, this isn't getting us anywhere. This is frustrating, because it doesn't have a lot of these subclades. Which, to be fair, a lot of these are probably fairly recently named. Could be something like a seahorse, though, or a pipefish. Let's try seahorse. Seahorse, sea how? No. Buttlefish. Thank you, Check Nerd. Yeah. Drat, we've already used up 5 guesses. I'm already above my average now. We're not doing so hot. How did you get this in... What, you said you got this in 1 guess, Petrodactylus? How? How? It was in... You got it in 2 guesses? Is it gonna be something cool like an oarfish or something like that? Where are oarfish? They're probably not even teleosts, but I don't know. Oarfish are... No, it's not gonna be an oarfish. looking at this, it's almost like... Who is it gonna be? Gosh darn it. Let's see what they have on offer and we type in the word fish. Beta fish, flying fish, anglerfish, catfish, goldfish, oarfish, pufferfish, swordfish. Where do swordfish and marlins and them fall out here? Xiphias. There we go. They are down here. It could... yeah, could be swordfish. Ooh, let's try swordfish.
Hold on to your butts.
No. Gosh darn it. Again, it's not giving me any subclades here beneath Percomorphaceae, which is frustrating. I realize that some of these trees might be kind of unstable, like different phylogenies are going to get different results potentially, but let me try and be smart about this. Tuna. We've got like 14 minutes to get this done. So bass are also a kind of percomorph, are they not? Pretty sure they are. Genus Micropterus. Yeah, they're over here. All about that bass? No. Oh, but it is part of Eupercaria. Okay, okay. That got us somewhere at least. We've got a new subclade. Oh, wait. But how... Okay, here we go. We've got the perchiforms, perciforms, we've got the surgeonfishes, angelfishes. I don't know if they have those though. Boxfishes, pufferfishes. Within Tetradontiformes. It's within Eupercaria. Let's double check and make sure that these guys are Tetradontiformes are part of Percomorpha. Let's try pufferfish. Ooh, it is an option here. Okay.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's see. Oh, it's taking a minute. No! Gosh darn it. So it's not a pufferfish, it's not a bass, but it is still within Eupercaria. We're bleeding guesses here. This is embarrassing. I wonder if it could be like an ocean sunfish, because they are also part of Tetradontiformes, I think. Yeah, so there's pufferfish there. We've got our different puffers. Toadfishes, porcupine fishes, box fishes. These are ocean sunfish. Or mola mola. They're over here. Okay. Decent chance that it's a sunfish. Although mola is... Okay. They don't have sunfish? Okay, that's not an option. What are some other... Triggerfish. I honestly would not have done this if I hadn't heard that you got it in so few guesses. Petrodactylus.
Hard as rock.
That really
The odds of this happening are so
made me
slim
overconfident
that
here.
it's impossible to calculate. But then on top of that, to
Here's
actually
to 6
find
more
the fossil
Paleochom.
makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the long shot.
Thank you, Dark Muppeteer, for the 6 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. It's okay, Petrodactylus. We'll get it, but I'm already at 8 guesses here. I'm doing historically poorly. This is one of our poorest showings on Metazoa. And it's frustrating in the sense that groupers, that's like sea bass. We also have toothfishes like the Patagonian toothfish, also known as the Chilean sea bass, which is a marketing term. That's not even the name for that animal. Gulpins, sandfishes, lumpfishes. Let's try. They don't have grouper. And they don't have sea bass? What the heck? They do have wrasses and parrotfish. Oh, they don't have wrasses. Okay. They don't have parrotfish. Goodness. This is frustrating. What is it going to be? We've got 8 minutes now to try and get this before we got to do our interview. This could be my first time ever failing at Metazoa. Percaria, darters, perches. There is perch. Let's try perch. And that's it. Finally. 9 guesses. That is less than ideal, I'll put it that way. I'm not even going to post that to Blue Sky. But we do need to do a Blue Sky post anyway, so let's do that real quick. Here. this arranged so maybe it'll show up in the picture. There we go. Here we go. Quick screenshot. We'll get that posted and then we'll be ready to do our interview, hopefully. That looks goofy. I'm gonna take a different screenshot. There. Let's try that. There we go. I can use this. I can tolerate this. Okay. You know what? We can do better than that, actually. Hang on. Much better. All right, let's use that. Desktop. He's coming up in 5 minutes. Excellent. All right. Tonight, we're talking with marine turtle expert Dr. Jeanette Wyneken, all about leatherback turtles.
Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
And you're free to join us at twitch.tv/
Paleo hey Danny in chat Paleo salute.
Paleontologizing. There we go. And Nell, thank you for the 37 months of support. I really appreciate it. Excellent. Looks good. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
Good. All right. Perfect. Let me adjust our lighting here. Get this set up. Should be a little bit better, I think. There we go. Good. Excellent. Okay. Dr. Wyneken, can you see and hear me right now?
I can hear you, and I believe you have a sea turtle hind foot on your wall.
I do. Yeah, that's Dermot Kelly's hind flipper.
Hind
Yeah,
foot.
or is it?
They're not
Yeah.
flippers.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for the
Yeah.
correction. I appreciate
Well,
that.
yeah. I mean, if you think about it, a flipper sort of looks like a wing, but
Right. Yeah.
if it looks like a catcher's mitt, it's probably not a flipper.
Makes sense. And actually, come to think of it, this is not Dermot Kelly's. This is from Archelon. There's
Oh,
a yeah. I was able to scale it down and 3D print it.
yeah. I was gonna say I've seen Archelon hind feet.
Yeah,
and-
yeah. This is the one at I think at Senckenberg in
Oh,
Germany.
that's an excellent
Yeah.
fossil. Yeah. Excellent.
Anyway, we're live right now. I just want to make that
Okay.
clear.
That's fine.
But yeah, everybody, this is Dr. Jeanette Wyneken. Would you like to introduce yourself real quick to the chat?
Sure. It's I'm Jeanette Wyneken. I'm a professor of biological sciences at Florida Atlantic University. We are located in the southeast part of Florida on the coast, and we're right across the street from loggerhead green turtle and leatherback nesting beach.
Right. Yeah. Super exciting. I think I said in the email I was very jazzed to do this interview because your name comes up again and again and again throughout the literature and everything that I've been looking into with regard to leatherbacks. Your name is just ubiquitous, so it's an honor to actually be able to speak with you.
Oh,
I really appreciate you taking the time to do this.
thank you for your kind words. Yeah, I mean we've been working with them now for I hate to part of the reason you get ubiquity is you last a long time.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that helps. So.
Yeah. I think I want to start off by asking you, how did you first get into turtles at the outset? What brought you to the world of Testudines?
So, I grew up in central Illinois, not terribly close to the ocean.
Right.
But we had, I had the British Museum toy dinosaurs. And probably one of the first things I learned to spell was the names that were embossed in the bottom of those plastic dinosaurs.
I have some of those here in my office right now. I have the iguanodon right over there. Yeah.
Oh, I have a few in my office too. And
Nice.
anyway, it's I of course asked my mom, can't we get we have cats, why can't we have a pet dinosaur too? And it was kind of like, well, that can't happen. And, I think I was probably maybe 3, maybe 4, somewhere in there. And so the question really got answered by, how about a pet turtle? And
Nice.
my mother had a whole sequence of what we used to call dime store turtles, little red-eared sliders.
I've read about this.
They'd feed them dried fly eggs, and they would eventually their eyes would get bad, and they'd quit eating and die. And so she says, well, they don't last real long. But it turns out that even though my mother wasn't a biologist, she believed in trying. And so we'd go to the library and learn what we could. And one of them was don't feed them dried fly egg.
Yeah.
For ant eggs, there was the other one. Ant eggs were a little bigger. But yeah, so that was the first part. And the second part was the turtle, after a couple of tries with, when you went to pick out a turtle, there'd be a whole kind of tray of turtles that were not in great shape, but you could buy the ones that had paralyzed feet or something like that for about half price, and which wasn't not much. And those did not do well, but probably they were really good trainer turtles for a little kid.
Right.
And then about our third one we finally got one that was not a reject, and it was that one lasted 27 years.
Wow. And that's a red-eared slider?
It was a red slider, yeah.
That is impressive. Shoot, there's
So-
something truly remarkable about the longevity on these animals.
Yeah. So and those were followed by box turtles. I still have one of my box turtles. So so I'm trying to take good care of her. So
That's awesome. So this has been a lifelong thing for you. Since the age of
Yeah.
3, you've been interested in turtles. That's
yeah.
Yeah.
So they were my dinosaur surrogates.
Right. Yeah, and I can relate to that. I had a slightly different path. I really wanted to grow up to be a dinosaur when I was about 3 years old. I was
Okay.
told it wasn't really a viable career path, so I did the next best thing. I tried to become a dinosaur paleontologist, and
Awesome.
here we
Love
are.
that.
But yeah, it was a recent trip to Puerto Rico. I got to go last May, in order to investigate some family heritage, some family history stuff there, and there were marine turtle nests on just about every beach that I got to visit, including
Cool.
leatherback nests, and
Yeah. Yeah.
it was remarkable. I'd always known that these were extraordinary animals, but they never felt close to home until that moment. And so it's
Yeah.
like something clicked in me there, and like I have an
Excellent.
audience now on Twitch, and I want to do everything that I can to, to help conserve these animals. So again, I really appreciate you coming on the show today. And if you don't mind, we'll also have some questions coming in from the chat too,
Okay.
apart from the
Fine.
questions that I sent you in the email. But I want to stay on the dinosaur theme for just a minute here. Are there any particular dinosaurs that you were interested in? Any favorites from then
Oh,
or from now?
uh, well, from then, probably, I mean, the one that looks most like a turtle was Ankylosaurus. Uh,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah, the Ankylosaurus. I realize there's more than one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, that would probably be one that was appropriate.
They're very
I
cool. I work on those guys. We were digging some up back in September,
Oh,
in
cool,
Utah. Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really
so
cool critters.
that's that's one, and I mean, who doesn't like the sauropods?
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's just so crazy, so big, and
Superlative. Just the biggest animals to have ever walked the earth. It's
yeah,
nothing
uh,
else even comes close. They're
yeah.
incredible.
So
Yeah.
and of course, I also have gone when I used to do shopping for Christmas at
Hmm.
Carol Biological. Of course, I bought a fake T-Rex tooth and
Right.
stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it just goes with the territory.
Absolutely. Yeah. Um, I mentioned this in our questions. As somebody who works on dinosaurs myself, who's just now getting into marine turtles, especially leatherbacks, I've been kind of surprised in that when I wear a dinosaur t-shirt, occasionally somebody that I run into on the street might comment on it, but it happens way more often when I wear like a leatherback turtle t-shirt. There's a
Oh,
real
I'm
charisma
wearing
about
a
these animals.
leatherback t-shirt, turtle t-shirt.
Beautiful, very nice, yeah. I've got
I
a
had to wear.
leatherback necklace on right
I
now, a
saw.
little
I
pendant,
saw.
yeah.
So I went back and I'm going. What should I wear? Oh yeah. So
Excellent. You came prepared. I really appreciate that. Yeah.
yeah.
What do you think it is about these animals that just fascinates people? Like, where does that charisma come from, you think?
Well, I think there's a couple things.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for me, it was another turtle, and it was for the longest time, it was a turtle I didn't think I'd be seeing.
Uh-huh.
Uh, and of course, I ended up doing my dissertation work on them and going to the coast and getting out of
Right.
Illinois.
Uh-huh.
Um, so, so it was some of it was the um, restricted accessibility was, made it very
Okay.
interesting. So you could read and read, but did you actually get
Sure.
to see 'em? Did you
Uh-huh.
actually get to, hang out with them? So that was part of it for me. And then when I was doing my dissertation work, being a that I was reading about all kinds of turtles, not just
Uh-huh.
leatherbacks. It really put them in a good phylogenetic context.
Right.
uh, they're ancient and their lineage has been around a long time. So
Mm-hmm.
the current species probably have only been around to maybe 65, 67 million years, but
Mm-hmm.
um, their lineage is an old one. So that's you have to respect that. Uh,
Absolutely.
you know, what do other people care about? I mean, sea turtles are the biggest turtles.
Right.
And you're not going to find them in many zoos. You might find them in aquaria.
Mm-hmm.
So you might see, at a zoo, you might see, Galapagos tortoise or a Eldorado tortoise, but
Sure.
you're probably not going to see a sea turtle. So it's for most of the country and most of the world, it's a rare species or a
Sure.
rare set of species. And of course, the leatherback is the biggest, and it has
Right.
this weird shell. So,
Uh-huh.
uh, so there's a little, and it eats jelly animals. So in the ocean, and that dives deeper than, well, I think the only thing up there with it are the sperm whales in terms of their maximum dive depth. So you just kind of
Yeah.
start going through the weird things, and it's like, whoa, is that cool?
Just
Um,
absolutely superlative in almost every
yeah.
way. They're
So
extraordinary animals. Yeah.
yeah, they really are. They really are. Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny that you mentioned that they're not in zoos because I've been to, I think, 3 different zoos right now that had leatherback turtle sculptures on display. There's this acknowledgement that, like, here's this incredible animal that we can't keep in captivity, but like at the San Francisco Zoo, they've got a life-size leatherback model, and it's painted just like the real thing. It's super lifelike.
Oh,
Um,
that's awesome.
it's really, really cool. Yeah, but I think that is a big part of it. Is just this idea that this is such an exotic creature. It's not part of people's daily experience, and it's almost like a legendary beast in a way, where
Yeah.
if people
Yeah.
get a chance to actually see one, it's a very memorable occurrence.
Yeah.
Um,
I would agree with that.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
even some days I just pinch myself going, think about what you're doing now and what you thought you'd be
right.
doing. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So
That's really good to hear that you haven't become jaded about that because I know so many like, researchers who are at the top of their game and they run a lab and everything and it's not easy doing that kind of thing. So
no, it's
it's really
not.
good to hear that you maintain that sense of wonder, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you don't, you need to change fields.
I
Yeah, I
like
mean,
that.
really,
Yeah.
nobody gets paid enough in this field
Yeah.
to get, you know, to lose their um passion.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So, yeah,
And speaking of
you
which, I
better
have
have,
a oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, I said you just better have that. If otherwise, you get paid in passion. Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah.
passion for your questions, passion for your animals. Yeah,
Now, speaking of that, we'll return to this topic later as well, but I want to bring it up right at the outset. I put a special command in the chat today, so if anybody wants to type in !guest, there's a little bit of information about Dr. Wyneken and also a link to the research fund that I found on the website, which was hang on just a moment here. I found this right before the broadcast today. But the Nelligan Marine Turtle Research Support Fund, is that the one that you were going to send me?
that's it. That's great.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It helps
So
pay for turtle food and tank repairs and you know, okay, every year because we bring about 300 turtles into the lab over the course of a year. Little
right.
turtles, not
Yeah.
the big guys. We're a research facility, not a rehab facility. So
Uh-huh.
all of our turtles hatch from local nests and for part of our long-term studies. And that, they are in public view. We are our FAU Marine Lab, that's Florida Atlantic University's Marine Science Lab,
Mm-hmm.
is located in City Park, and we have a visitors gallery where people can look down and talk to us while we're working.
Very
And
cool.
we try to keep all the information up to date. It's not just about turtles. It's we also have
Mm-hmm.
colleagues and sharks and colleagues who works with corals and
Very
sea
nice.
lions and so on. So it's there's a lot of interesting stuff there on behavior, on evolution, and sex ratio work that we've been doing, and
Mm-hmm.
it's So it's a pretty popular place, and it's free. So since it's
That is so
free,
cool. Yeah.
that is, I'm always happy to say, and by the way, if you want to help me feed the turtles by donating, that's fine. I'm perfectly happy to do that.
That's awesome. Yeah. I'm really hoping to go at some point in the near future, but got to work some stuff out. I had a trip planned to Florida, and now that's kind of fallen through. So,
Yeah.
but it happened to be at the same exact time, I guess, as the big international conference on
Yeah, yeah.
marine turtles.
You would have been having a tough time because the Sea Turtle
Exactly.
Symposium is in Hawaii this year.
Right.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
first week in last day of February, first week of March,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, so all of us are flying far to, well, for some people it's not as far. So uh,
Right.
yeah, it's a big deal though. Yeah, I really learn a lot at that conference. I enjoy sharing what I learned, and
Mm-hmm.
so it's a good thing. But yeah, not a good time to visit. We'll probably still have turtles in the lab. I do have one former student who's a technician
Uh-huh.
who is taking care of the turtle, so will not have released yet. But
Nice.
yeah, but it's much more impressive in something like July when we have leatherbacks, loggerheads, and green turtles in the lab.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, I'm rescheduling this trip, I hope. So
Yeah.
maybe something can work out, but we can talk about that another time. What I want to ask is with you doing all of this outreach and like having a lab where people can, look in the window and ask questions and everything. What are some of the questions that you get most commonly, and which are the ones that you think illustrate misconceptions people might have about marine turtles?
Well, a lot of our turtle information is about temperature-dependent sex determination.
Right.
Animals do not have sex chromosomes, and so there's got to be another mechanism by which you get boys and girls. So one of the mechanism that most turtles have is what we would call hot chicks, cool dudes.
Right.
And that's warmer temperatures produce warmer incubation temperatures produce females, and cooler or less warm. We're in South Florida, so it's warm,
pretty warm all the time. Yeah.
Can produce males. And I wouldn't say we produce a lot of males, but there are areas that do produce some males, thank goodness. We're seeing fewer and fewer of them, but that's a different part of the story. But anyway, that people will say, well, why don't you just heat up the water or cool down the water? And it's like, no, it doesn't work that way.
Happens
So
in the
let's
nest.
talk about development. And so this happens in the nest, and the nest is underground, and it's not, there's no mom babysitting that nest. It's a typical reptilian system.
Right.
Where mom comes in, digs the nest, deposits her eggs, covers it up, and leaves. And it's really, that nest is at the vagaries of the dealing with the vagaries of weather. And so if we get old cloudy days and lots of rain, we might get some boys out of it. And if we get hot sunny days, well, that's a different story. That's usually a girl nest. But we've been measuring temperatures, and we're unfortunately seeing a lot fewer years where we get any males. It's kind of scary. So yeah, gotta have boys out there.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's not the worst possible scenario in which there's no females, but still, like you reach a critical low level of males and you can get a population crash eventually, right? And that's one of those things that might be a quarter century out from now, when these turtles are actually mature. So like there's a big lead time there, right?
Yeah, I mean, these animals are, leatherbacks probably are maturing a little earlier than the hard shells are, or at least, the other two species that are on our beach, the loggerheads and the green turtles. But still, I mean, the supposition is leatherbacks probably mature somewhere around, depending on who you talk to, 12 to 17 as opposed to 25 to 35.
Okay.
And so there's still a lead time, and they also may not live as long. I don't know I've actually tried to figure out what the evidence is for them not living as long. And it's a little tough.
Right.
I think that's based more on, if you're working on a nesting beach and you're tagging leatherbacks don't retain their tags very well, so you need a really good kind of backup system to identify individuals. Now these days, there's genetic fingerprinting, so can know who's nesting based on skin samples or blood samples. But the the reality is that we now know a lot about certain individuals, and did they they nested let's say they nested every other year or every third year for 20 years, and then they disappeared. Does that mean they only lived to be 35, or did they go to another beach? Because a lot of leatherbacks don't have tremendous fidelity. They have good fidelity to maybe 15 kilometers or 30 kilometers, Depends on kind of the size of the beach and whether it's continuous or not.
Right.
But I mean, some of the turtles that we've looked at here in Florida, the ones that had transmitters on them,
Hmm.
you know, they may nest twice in Juno Beach and then go to Miami, and then
Interesting.
so that's is that's
Hmm.
sorry, I'm going to give this to you in miles
Uh-huh.
because that's what I think about
Fair.
it.
We have a lot of Americans in our audience, so that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So it's that's somewhere along the lines of 80 miles minimum, and
Hmm.
then they may come back and nest across from where the FAU Marine Science Lab is,
Right.
and that's 45 miles south of where they nested to begin with, and then the next nest may be up in Jacksonville, which is 400 miles north,
Hmm.
and then they may come back to Juno Beach. So, it's there are some individuals that have good fidelity, but it's not, it's not like a green turtle where
Interesting. Okay. So
where you,
it
where
is true
you
for the Kalanian turtles. The hard shells typically have strong nest site fidelity, but
well, some of them do. It's
interesting.
more of an individual thing, and it may also be one of those things that they develop with age.
Uh-huh.
So, and there's been some good genetic work looking at did they, because of the genetic fingerprinting, you can figure out who mom was,
Uh-huh.
where did she nest, and then uh, you know, where's her next nest,
Hmm.
and it may be, or where's your first nest,
Right.
and that's really kind of cool stuff, and
That is really cool. Yeah.
yeah, and so it seems that some of them just really don't settle down, and some of them do.
Uh-huh.
Um, but the idea of coming back to the nesting site where you were hatched is, let's just say we would want to define nest site fidelity as what beach broadly defined are you on? Are you on the right coast? Are you on
Right.
if you hatched in Florida,
Uh-huh.
are you now uh always in Florida, or do you sometimes go elsewhere? Excuse me.
Hmm. Really interesting. Yeah, and it kind of goes to what one thing that Scott Benson was talking about when we interviewed him at the end of December, and that individual leatherbacks, they have sometimes noticeably different personalities. Some of them are very chill when they get taken aboard the research vessel, and some of them are thrashing and fighting, and you know,
Yeah.
just the amount of individual variability there is interesting. And I guess it should be no surprise that that shows up in their nest site fidelity as well.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, there's some recent work done on I think it just came out in Science News about personality and whether that's important in conservation. And I'm
Uh
not talking about people, I'm talking about animals here. They weren't specifically talking about turtles, but it was
huh.
it was very interesting perspective. So
That is
yeah.
really interesting. Shoot, I'd love to take a look at that paper. I should see if I can
Yeah,
track that
yeah.
down.
I would say I haven't read the whole thing. My husband
Uh
told
huh.
me about it right before I went to bed last night, and it's like, oh, I better
Nice.
read. So
Right.
I didn't
No,
have
that's really
time to
cool.
get through it all. It's not that long, but it's just
Hmm.
a busy day.
It sounds like the sort of thing that'd be right up my alley. So I should definitely check that out.
Yep.
Um, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about mostly for the benefit of the audience. What are some things that make leatherbacks unique among not just turtles in general, but among sea turtles? There's a whole bunch of different characteristics that only they have, and
Yeah.
it totally sets them apart. So maybe we could do like a popcorn style back and forth, like
Okay.
you name one, I name one. Um, but yeah, like they don't have claws on their flippers, unlike all other sea turtles.
No, they don't have claws.
Hmm.
Um, they have these notches in their upper jaw, so
Right.
they look sort of like really. There we go.
I've got
Notches.
that right here. Yeah. The
So
it's kind of
yeah, they
this
look.
camera isn't picking it up super well, but
Yeah.
the
Oh,
tomial teeth, I think they get called sometimes, even though they're not teeth.
yeah, they're not teeth, but
Yeah.
yeah, they look like sort of like vampires.
Right.
And
Yeah.
but if you ever have an opportunity, I don't recommend this, but if you have an opportunity to feel those jaws, they're very sharp. And
Interesting.
that's
Okay.
really, if you think about when you're a kid eating Jello,
Uh huh.
um,
Sorry.
no worries. I have one of those. I locked him out of the room.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, otherwise he'd be in my lap too. But they have. If you think about when you're a kid eating Jello and somebody gave you a spoon, it doesn't
Right.
work real well. But if you have a fork,
Something
you know,
pointy, yeah.
kind of break it off, grab it and break it off. It works really well. And
Right.
it's think about doing that in water. So
Mm-hmm.
when I played with those a skull like you got
Uh-huh.
in water, it's like, oh gosh, this works really well.
Right.
So yeah, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So
That is
back to
really
you.
cool. Yeah,
Okay.
I've read that they don't have the same kind of beta keratin that all other sea turtles have. And like
They
that
have,
has something to do with them not having scales as well?
well, they have scales when they're young,
Right.
and
Yeah.
then they shed those, and the osteoderms. I'm going to call them osteoderms. I think that's still the
Sure.
correct term for
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
Um, is basically got a kind of a waxy skin over it. But as it's developing, you can see that because we keep them in the lab for several months, we see them go through that shedding period. It's always alarming when you come in and it looks like it's been raining black scales. It's like, oh my God, do we have a
Uh-huh.
little? No, it's just growing. Um,
Right.
so we can, you can see that. And by the way, so there's two kinds of keratin. There's the alpha and beta keratin, and
Uh-huh.
one of them's strong but not stretchy, and the other's stretchy and not that strong. So think of
Gotcha. I'm guessing that leatherbacks have the latter.
they have the stretchy stuff.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
have both, but they still have I'm not going to get into the biochemistry of keratin
Okay.
because first of all,
It would
beyond man.
sail over my head. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, but it's that's think about wool versus fingernails or baleen or something like that. So it's
Gotcha. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
really
Yeah. And
would
that
be
kind of answers a
yeah.
question that I had too is like, do the scales get resorbed through ontogeny or do they slough off? And I guess
They
they
slip
just shed
off.
them.
They shed them. Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. About when does that happen as they're growing? Is it a
Uh,
size thing or an age thing or
yeah, it's a size thing, and roughly around straight carapace length of about 7 centimeters. So they come in at about
okay.
four
Uh-huh.
4 to 5
Uh-huh.
centimeters. So when they've almost doubled in size, they're and they should look. You think of a turtle having a domed shell and a flat bottom.
Yeah.
Leatherback, if they have a flat bottom, they're not healthy. So they should look like more like little footballs. So
Interesting. Okay.
yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah, as long as they're they don't have bloat or something like that. A little football shaped leatherback's a nice healthy young
Right.
leatherback.
Yeah.
And yeah, and so they're all, if you think about it, that's a lot of shape change. I mean, they come in flat on the bottom and domed on the top, but
Uh-huh.
basically doubled in length and body depth probably is also, I should have checked those numbers before I met with you, but yeah, probably twice the body depth they had when they were young, when they were hatchlings. So
Interesting.
yeah, so it's a flexible turtle, and
Uh-huh.
so that's that skin is different. It's got to flex.
Right.
So
Yeah. Yeah. And
so
that has to do with the compressibility at depth. I mean,
yes,
that's something that I still don't feel like I have a strong understanding of is how that carapace works because there's all these dermal ossicles that are underneath and they're
yeah,
almost like a mosaic of little coins or something, right?
yeah,
How would
but
you describe that?
well, they're really thin,
Uh-huh.
and so and they've got little edges to them, and it's not like skull um sutures. They're not
Right.
anchored together, and I when I've the few times I've pulled them off of dead turtles, which do not smell good enough. They smell awful when you
That's
can
what I've
pull them
heard, yeah.
off.
Uh-huh.
Um, and so what I notice is that it's hard to get a group that stays together.
Mm-hmm.
So from that standpoint, it's really um yeah, I think that's the part of the flexibility. The other part is that instead of having these wide ribs that are sutured together,
Mm-hmm.
um the ribs still look like ribs. They start off like
Right.
almost like an embryo,
Uh-huh.
and so turtle embryos have ribs that eventually start to expand out as plurals, and the
Uh-huh.
plurals kind of ankles together. Um,
They fuse
and
up, yeah. Yeah.
yeah, so they do not do that. They retain ribs. They're pretty wide, but
Right.
they're still ribs, and so they're not getting that. kind of solid plate of bone that
Mm-hmm.
are what you see in the hard shells.
Right. And with the dorsal vertebrae there, is there still some flexibility between them?
Yeah, there's
Um,
not, yeah, they have a lot of, every
that's
time
incredibly weird. Yeah, for a turtle, that's so bizarre.
yeah,
Because
yeah, there's a lot of, I would say a lot of cartilage. When you
mm-hmm.
hold a leatherback vertebrae, it's not like a shark vertebra,
Right.
but it's it's just they when they're fresh, it's not, I'll just say it's not terribly hard to cut through them,
Mm-hmm.
and not that I'm not out slicing up leatherbacks,
No,
but
but in the
but
practice
when a
of
dead one,
dissection or learning about their internal anatomy,
yeah,
yeah,
when a dead
yeah,
one comes in and we have to do a necropsy on it, then
uh-huh,
yeah, then I am sometimes slicing them up,
yeah,
and it's I mean, it's the harder part to get through really is the blubber. So there's skin and then the dermal ossicles and then
uh-huh,
all this tissue that's fat and fibrous connective tissue. And
right,
that is tough to get through. It's flexible, but
uh-huh,
it's also kind of their insulation as well as
mm-hmm.
that's the big deal. That's tough. And then the bones are kind
Right,
of just inside of that. The main bones, not the dermal ossicles. So
uh-huh.
yeah, it's kind of a crazy animal to work with.
They're so bizarre. Yeah. I want to ask you about would you call it blubber? That subcutaneous fat like that? Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. And that's
The
unique,
other
not
marine
just among
mammal,
turtles, but among like all non-bird reptiles today, right?
I
Like,
actually don't know. The only time I've come across blubber per se
uh-huh.
is in marine mammals, and
Right. Okay.
because it's not it. I mean, the marine mammal folks really have characterized it pretty well, but
Uh-huh.
the shorthand version is it's fatty, fatty tissue with lots and lots and lots of fibers in it.
Hmm.
And it's like I say, if you were to take a hacksaw and go through it, you would think, what's this? I mean, it's you can
Uh-huh.
saw
Right.
you don't enjoy the experience, but
Uh-huh.
uh,
Yeah. We saw that moment in the documentary Inside Nature's Giants where you had the person who was more familiar with cetaceans and she's like, I know this. This is blubber. What is this doing in a turtle? You know?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Really wild.
yeah,
Um, That's an incredibly cool animal.
yeah.
We had a question in the chat about does the flexibility have to do with deep diving there?
Well,
And I guess the answer is yes.
it has to, but it
Mm-hmm.
also these animals think about what they're eating.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a couple things. Yes, deep diving. Part of deep diving, we always think about pressure, but we also think about how cold it is down there.
Right.
And these are animals that are we could get to whether they're heterotherms or homeotherms or
Sure. Yeah.
um, yeah, gigantotherms. But anyway, they
Mm-hmm.
generate a lot of heat with their muscle, and that heat is partially retained by the
Uh-huh.
fact that they've got this insulation. The other part of
Right.
it is that when they're not in breeding season, they are uh, going to very productive waters, which are usually, cold or cold.
Mm-hmm.
So when they're down
We were
by
talking about
me,
like off the coast of San Francisco or
yeah,
Nova Scotia, right?
Nova Scotia,
Yeah.
Maine,
Uh-huh.
New York, even, it's water that I guess if you grew up there, you wouldn't mind jumping in, but I wouldn't want to. Cold
I wouldn't
water.
want to either, yeah.
Um, and but so they're feeding on high volume, uh, low calorie prey, and they
Uh-huh.
have to do a lot of that, and then that's their fuel for migration because
Mm-hmm.
they eventually it gets to the point where they have to get out of there. They have to go warmer to a warmer place. It may not be, sometimes it's south, sometimes it's across the pond, so to speak. They kind
Mm-hmm.
of some of the species, some of the populations kind of treat the ocean basin as a pond.
Right.
If you were talking to Scott Benson, you really have that appreciation.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, so it's kind of a it's serving multiple purposes. It's food storage, and actually,
Mm-hmm.
when you see a leatherback early in the nesting season, so these are again we're looking at females,
Uh-huh.
and there are ridges going down the length of their carapace, and there's also ridges on the plastron as well. You almost can't see any trough in between them. It's like somebody,
Right. Here I can demonstrate with a model right here, another 3D print. But
yeah,
so we've got a little bit of concavity right there between these. So
yeah, so that would be what a female would look at like towards the end of her nesting. So she's not feeding,
gotcha.
depleting her energy, and so that's some of her food storage as well. So it's thermal insulation, it's nutritional storage, it's where or nutritional depletion, and she's drawing down her energy there and making eggs. And then as they go north, they start building that up again. And when they leave those feeding grounds, they are plump. They as I mentioned, they look more like a football than
Right.
a tortoise or something like that. So
Scott was saying when they bring them aboard the research vessels, some of them that are particularly well fed, they kind of won't stay in place. They kind of wobble back and forth just because that plastron is so
part
inflated.
about they don't have they shouldn't really be flat on the bottom.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes me wonder though. Sorry. Go ahead.
I said I wouldn't want to be the person who had to stabilize those because they're
right.
big, heavy animals.
Yep. Yeah.
They're also very strong. So.
Well, Scott was saying that these wobbly ones, like they have to try and secure them because they can actually rock the boat to the point where it gets dangerous.
Oh, really?
If they're not secured in place, yeah. He's like, we were kind of afraid that we were going to capsize or something. So,
holy cow!
Yeah. And these are again Pacific leatherbacks. I don't think they even get quite as big as they do in the Atlantic, right?
Well, the East Pacific ones don't. I have to say, I don't know as much about the size of the West Pacific ones. So
gotcha. Okay.
A lot of his work, I mean, I'm positive he's been around East Pacific leatherbacks, but
yeah,
Western Pacific ones are the ones I know about his work about. So I have to say, I don't I just always assumed they were sort of like Western Atlantic ones, different part of the ocean basin. So I may be wrong. So that's okay. Yeah.
I mean, that to me is one of the things that's so cool about leatherbacks in particular is that there are so many things that are still unknown about them. Like almost, I'm not going to say basic aspects of their biology, but things that you would think we would know already. Like, we talked about the lost years and you were instrumental in helping solve that problem, figuring out where these turtles go right after they hatch. But yeah, it's just, they almost remind me of like a fossil critter in that sense, where there's big aspects of their life history that are still kind of mysterious.
Yeah. I mean, if I still feel like there's a lot we have to learn about them. And so tracking little leatherbacks, part of the challenges was for the longest time the little tags. And now that there are good little tags out there, we can do some tracking. But how do you attach something to a leatherback? The big ones, they have the big ridge, and they can put put anchors in that pretty easily. And
so there's actually like a mechanical piece of hardware that goes through the keratin, or
So, but the little guys, they're growing fast. I mean, when we were talking about when do they start shedding? Well, that's doubled in size is probably about 3 to 4 weeks old. So
shoot, which is a remarkably fast growth rate for a non-bird reptile. I've read in multiple places that it's really difficult to age leatherbacks using like histology, just because they're so heavily vascularized. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Heavily vascularized, and there's a lot of cartilage in them still.
Right. Yeah.
I think most of the aging has been done with the sclerosicles.
Right, in the eyes. Yeah.
Ask me if I want to do that, and it's like that's an art. It's a science, but it's also an art.
Even on the largest individual, the ossicles can only be like maybe a little bigger than a grain of rice or a bean or something.
No, they're probably like a little fingernail or something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
Little plates, but I mean, think about it. With histology, you're just doing histology on bone and just that in itself is you're probably more comfortable with that than I am. And yeah, it's one of those things where, if you're doing histology on a hard-shelled turtle bone, um, it's there you can get some aging as well, but um,
Right.
it's easier to think about the rings on a humerus than it is the rings on scleral ossicles, but it's still a histological section, which is tiny, so
Right.
it's a tiny sample. So,
Hmm.
less stuff to throw away. So,
For sure. Yeah. And the cartilage is something I find really interesting as well. It kind of plays into this theme about them being really flexible, but I've looked
yes.
at different photographs and even different 3D scans of Kelly's skulls, and they're wildly different, in large part just based on preparation. Like in this specimen, they took the cartilage off, and this one they didn't, and it completely changes like the whole front of the face.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I've got one that we prepared
Uh-huh.
probably 25 years ago, and the other bones I have to keep on top of, but the facial bones are really, if I didn't leave the skin and the cartilage there and let it just dry,
Mm-hmm.
that would have been a nightmare. So yeah,
You mean it would have fallen apart, or
yeah, because some of the bones are just kind of sorry. Yeah,
no, you're okay.
that's a phone that I can't
Yeah, no worries.
turn off. So that's an actual old-fashioned phone, but
A landline, even.
well, my husband doesn't
Nice.
do well with cell phones, so
Uh-huh.
we still have a landline. So
That might be the smarter way to do things, honestly, especially nowadays. But yeah, um, no, it's really interesting. There's a one scan that I found the other day of a Kelly's skull, and they've got these like metal staples in there just to hold like the frontal bones to
mhm.
the other bones. Just otherwise, I guess the whole thing would just fall apart, and that's different from other sea turtles, from the Kalaniids, right?
Yeah, I would say the sutures are just really loose.
Uh huh.
Um, you know, I have a couple of skulls to put back together, and
Mm-hmm.
probably I'll have to wait till I'm retired before I have time to do it's. I mean, I've put together fish skulls before, and it's probably
Oh man. Ugh.
assembling, and the brain case on a fish is usually pretty good, and so
Uh
you
huh.
at least have something to anchor things around. But
Okay. Yeah.
on a leatherback, it's even the brain case is really loose, so
Right. Yeah.
kind of
No, it's
crazy.
interesting when I pick this one up, the cast that I have. I think this is from Bone Clones, but
Yeah, they
even
did a good job.
this, yeah, it's like I have to be really gentle when I do it because there's different parts that are flexing, even in a
Yeah,
resin model like this.
yeah, yeah,
Um, it's epoxied together, but still, there's a good deal of flex there. It's kind
yeah.
of
I mean,
surprising.
it's another piece of their body. You kind of wonder about, geez, when they're going down, you think about the pressure on the shell, but there's also pressure on the flippers. There's also pressure on the jaw,
Yeah.
and there's pressure on the head and the eyes and all that crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's these are
You think that
different beasts.
right? Yeah. Do you think the skull itself is actually flexing a tiny bit too in order to keep from
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah,
wild?
yeah,
That's
yeah,
so crazy. That is
yeah,
so cool.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe this is a good time to jump into their physiology because this is something that uh, you've done a lot of work on this. When I'm talking with my audience about metabolism,
Mhm.
we've got a pretty good understanding now that most dinosaurs were probably close to being warm-blooded. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. That's probably where they got their endothermy from.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but leatherback turtles kind of almost defy categorization when it comes to
I
metabolism.
I
Yeah,
agree with that.
can you walk us through that a little bit?
Well, all right. So when we think about the idea of heterothermy, that just means that the body temperature varies,
Mm-hmm.
and homeothermy, it means it doesn't. So we're
Stays
homeotherm.
constant, yeah.
Your
Yeah.
dog and cat are homeotherms.
Mm-hmm.
Or so
Yeah, what,
endothermy is generating your heat from within. So
right.
leatherbacks are sort of endothermic when they're adults. So
Sort
that
of
blubber,
warm-blooded, I guess is the term that
yeah,
people in the audience
yeah.
would be most familiar with. Yeah. Yeah.
When they're when that blubber layer is there, when they've
Uh-huh.
got Their muscles are big, and we all know that if if you're cold, go exercise, go run down the street or jump rope, or if you really want to, warm yourself up, do something with your big muscles, the muscles in your legs.
Right.
And so we all kind of have some feeling about that muscles generate heat, and they do. And with leatherbacks, that ability to kind of trap that heat inside is works great as long as they're big enough. But in these little guys, the little ones, they're not that big. When we bring them in the lab, they fit in the palm of my hand.
Right.
And by the time we release them, they still fit in my hand, but it takes the whole hand. And so those animals are, the temperature of the water. So, if they're hanging out at the surface, they're a black turtle, so they're gonna heat up.
Sure, they're getting that solar radiation and warming up from that. Yeah.
But there's a limit to that idea of endothermy. So yes, if a little leatherback is swimming, its muscles are heating up, but it doesn't have enough insulation. It doesn't have enough body volume to trap much heat. And whereas the surface area, it's that kind of classic thing that for those people who've gone to a biology class or a physics class, or you learn the surface to volume ratio idea. And as you get to be a bigger surface, you have more volume. You have a greater volume. And so when you're a smaller animal, your surface to volume ratio is not hugely different. It's different, but it's your volume is always going to be bigger than your surface, but not by as much as you would expect, or might, without thinking about it and doing a back of the envelope calculation. So anyway, that that component of their life is endothermic. Are they endothermic? Part of the time they are. Are they endothermic? Certainly when they're young. That's probably why we don't see them in really cold waters for any length of time. And and if we get a leatherback stranding, a young turtle stranding, it's usually during the part of the year when the waters are cooler. And so
do you get that in Florida? Are there leatherback strandings due to cold?
Yeah, occasionally. Well, not so much cold stunnings as like if they get a little leatherback stranding, it's almost always going to be in December or January. If we get when I say little leatherback, something like this big, opposed to this big, or more than I can cover. So it's they're certainly leatherback strandings. They're not common. And say I think I've had 3 live leatherback strandings, and they've always been in December.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, that's not true. One of them came in after a hurricane. He was walking the beach after a hurricane and found this turtle on its back, and that was it something had bitten off part of its flipper. So we knew how to feed it, and then it got released once it was eating. And that was, these days we don't do any rehab. This was before we had 300 turtles in the lab at a time.
Right.
Because we do know how to feed them. So
I want to ask too about you said that you released all of the leatherbacks when they get to be roughly like the size of your hand. They're
well, part of that is the reason the turtles are in the lab is so we can sex them and endoscopically sex them.
Yeah, so determine whether they're male or female, because that sex ratio is really important to their survival.
Yes, it is. Yeah. That's why I get indigestion when we don't find any boys.
Right. Yeah.
So that's one of the so in order for them to do that safely, the animals when they hatch, they look like a turtle wearing a beach ball. It's wrapped around.
They're folded up, right? And they're
folded around it. It's like they're hugging a beach ball.
Right.
And that's the yolk, and that's the beach ball part. And it takes a couple of days for them to internalize that yolk. And
Huh.
so they do internalize it, and the plastron mostly flattens out.
Right.
And but when we bring them in the lab, they don't. We talk about, well, that's the brown bag lunch from mom that gets them offshore, but they don't
Uh-huh.
eat. They don't eat, in for about 5 to 10 days,
Okay.
and that's all about, when you think about it, that turtle just sucked in a massive quantity of yolk. It
Uh-huh.
smashes the intestine up against the carapace,
Uh-huh.
and so they have to use a lot of that. And so a big part of why we release them at this size is
Mm-hmm.
because I need to be able to go in there with a little endoscope and not hit that yolk.
That makes
So
sense. Yeah.
we're waiting for that yolk to be. I mean, could we tell what they were if that yolk wasn't in the way? We could tell when they were hatchlings, but they, at
Right. Okay.
that point, the turtle knows what it is,
Mm-hmm.
um, or its body sort of knows what it is. But
Mm-hmm.
uh, yeah, that's kind of the foundation of that. Then when we started doing satellite tracking,
Mm-hmm.
uh, the satellite tracking, there's a kind of a rule that you don't want to exceed 5 to 7% of body weight with your tag and your
Right. Don't want to
and
weigh
your
them down too much.
and
Yeah.
yeah. And so,
Yeah.
I mean, we're getting tags that are much smaller. And when I did that work with Kate Mansfield, from University of Central Florida,
Uh-huh.
uh, we those were 9 gram tags, and by the time you put the adhesives on to keep them
Mm-hmm.
on turtles, that's makes it up to about 12.
Shoot.
Yeah, so you kind of go, well, I better have a 300-gram turtle handy here. So
Right.
ask me if I like keeping them to 300 grams. No, because they're expensive to feed.
Right.
um they take very special water treatments, and
You have to
they're,
keep them tethered in place too, in order to keep them
yeah,
from.
they
Can you
don't
talk about that a
recognize.
little bit? Because that's, I think people would find that fascinating.
Yeah, some, most turtles, they may swim against the edge of the tank, but they
Mm-hmm.
recognize it's an edge, and
Right.
they stop. They don't hurt themselves, but leatherbacks never learn. At least in our experience, they never learn the size of the tank.
Right. They've
Or
been
if they,
swimming in the open oceans for 80 million
yeah,
years. Like
yeah,
they've
if,
evolved past the concern
yeah,
for boundaries like that. Yeah.
yeah. So if you think about it, yeah, boundaries are the only time they're going to run into them is when when they leave the beach, and when they come back, when the females come back to reproduce. Males
Right.
shouldn't run into them at all. So yeah, so in order to gain the sex ratio data, and it's also some behavioral data,
Mm-hmm.
um, was kind of not kind of is important.
Mm-hmm.
The uh, it's you gotta make make the world not have barriers, and
Right.
so we tried some things like making a bubble net
Uh-huh.
around the tank, and they swam right through that.
Uh,
And yeah, the thing that worked out was putting him on a leash.
uh-huh.
He
So
could
how does that
swim,
work? How do you affix that to the back of a baby leatherback?
toupee glue.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah,
Who came up with that idea?
hey,
That's so creative. That's excellent. Yeah.
that's what happens when you come back from the beach and you're covered with sand at night.
Uh-huh.
And so you take a shower and you're all wet, your hair's wet. Um, and the
Uh-huh.
last thing you do is go to bed yet. So turn on the late night TV so you don't fall asleep on the floor or the couch and wreck
Uh-huh.
stuff. And I was watching TV one night, and at like 2 in the morning, and there was an ad, and it was for, I don't know if it was Hair Club for Men or something like that. But here's this
Uh-huh.
guy on a jet ski with some lady on the back of the jet ski hanging on to his hair, and it's like, I need that glue. Um,
Yeah.
and so we did a lot of cajoling of uh, cosmetologists, and finally
Uh-huh.
somebody let us contact the company,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and yeah, it's It's
That,
worked
that,
out. I tell you, yeah, the first couple of years when we bought that stuff,
uh-huh.
the salesperson on the other end was not sure, and I'd send him
If you were
photos.
joking or they thought you were pulling a prank.
Yeah, and but I mean, I'm using a university credit card, so
Yeah, yeah.
they better pay attention. Um, so yeah, and now they don't there's no problem. So
Right. That sounds like it could be a lucrative sponsorship deal if
I
somebody could
wish,
wrangle that.
I wish. Yeah,
Uh,
thinking outside the box is how you make progress.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. That is so funny. Um, so we were talking about the development of leatherbacks, as they're growing and maturing.
Yeah.
At what point does their adult coloration start to show up? And is it unique to individuals or is it pretty
Yeah.
uniform? Like what's the process there for them developing those characteristic spots?
Well, the spots are start off there at some level. We do see that we did see it in the 300-gram animals. I had an opportunity to go work with the Thai people who have really, I mean, they're wonderful at raising animals.
Uh-huh.
Animals,
This is in
especially
Thailand?
in Thailand. Yeah,
Very cool.
there's a government lab there where they are able to raise a few leatherbacks every year, and
I've seen them. They get pretty big in there. It's impressive.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, it's very impressive.
yeah.
And those animals have their spots. So yeah. The short answer is somewhere before the end of the year, they have spots. I think the ones I got to see were and work with were maybe 8 to 10 months old.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, so they were they had their colors, and
Mm-hmm.
some of them were more spotted than others.
Mm-hmm.
Every once in a while, you'll find one that has virtually no spots when we see them on the beach. I mean,
Uh-huh.
we're in South Florida where you're not allowed to use white light on the beach,
Right.
and so we have to use red light, and it's a little harder to see the spots on them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's real. They have individual spots. They also have this unpigmented area on the top of their heads
The
over
pink
the
spot, yeah.
yeah,
Of the
over the
pineal eye. What's that
yeah.
about?
Well, that's a they that area is it's a neuroendocrine organ, and
Mm-hmm.
it's sensitive. It doesn't have a lens or anything like that, but it has if you were to take a leatherback skull and cut it in half, there's
Mm-hmm.
this like this cone-shaped area right over where that pineal is, and
Right.
it's that area, instead of being solid bone, it's
Mm-hmm.
solid top, but it's like a cartilaginous white window,
Uh-huh.
and the pineal's in that cone of cartilage, and
Mm-hmm.
so it's clearly, and you can hold that skull up to the or the head. You take all the visceral part, or the muscle and brain out. You can hold it up, and you can see that the light will penetrate that.
Wild.
So
It's like
that
translucent.
unpigmented area is that some people have used that photos of that pink spot to
Mm-hmm.
identify.
Interesting. So the pink spot itself can be it's unique among
Yeah, yeah.
individual turtles. You can almost like a fingerprint or something like that. That's
That's
really cool. Yeah. There was actually a new paper that just came out, I think last week or the week before, looking at fossil critters. Some of the first chordates, some of the first like vertebrate ancestors, have been found with, and they've got two little spots right there. So it's thought that was originally like a paired eye, and then later on, like before you get to tetrapods and amniotes, it converges to one, and then some critters still have
yeah,
that, like the tuatara. And yeah, it's just fascinating. Is it more pronounced in leatherbacks than it is in other
yeah,
marine turtles?
yeah, yeah. It's I mean, the others have a pineal.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah, that one, like I say, it's like somebody developed this. And honestly, it literally looks like somebody said, "Let's make sure that this structure gets some light."
Uh-huh.
And it's like I say, it's more like it's a neuroendocrine organ that's responding to like day length
Uh-huh.
over long periods of time. So it's not like if you shine a flashlight on it, you're going to be causing a problem.
Right.
Uh,
But it's a way to basically tell what season it is and when is it
yeah,
time to go to the
yeah,
feeding grounds versus the nesting grounds, that kind of deal.
exactly. You're right on, spot on. Good job.
Interesting. Yeah. Um, yeah, and I guess that might make more sense for leatherbacks to put more investment into a structure like that, because they've got as I understand it, the longest migration of any marine
Yes,
turtle
they
by
all
far, right?
absolutely. Yeah, they're going over, massive amounts of latitude.
Uh huh.
And yeah, so that means that you might have a long day length um during the feeding early part of the feeding season, but that day
Mm-hmm.
length goes down and drop down and then as they move south or southeast or southwest, they're gonna experience significant changes. And you know, as, as you go closer to the equator, the days are closer to 12 and 12,
Mm-hmm.
12 like 12 hours um, of dark. Whereas if you're up at latitude 37 or 38,
Uh
you know,
huh.
you might have days that get light at 5 in the morning and get dark at 10 at night. And
Mm-hmm.
but when that starts changing, that's a signal. And part of that
Right.
signal, get the heck out of there before it gets cold.
That's really
It,
interesting.
they, that may, it may not be that abrupt, but
Uh huh.
that may it also probably is when the food supply is starting to move as well.
It's gonna be a combination of those things, like day length change, and then when the food starts to disappear. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Um, I want to ask you a little bit more about leatherback anatomy. We've talked about, I and my audience have talked about how to tell the difference between a male and a female leatherback. Tail length is the obvious thing, where the males have got this long tail, and Scott Benson was actually telling us that it almost seems semi-prehensile in the sense that, like, when they get one onto the research vessel, he's like, yeah, sometimes if you're too close to, like, wrap their tail around your leg and try and
Yes.
use it for leverage if they're trying to get off the boat.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. The
so the
male have a prehensile tail. It's
Yeah,
much more. I would say it's much more obvious in the hard shells. Uh,
right, yeah.
and that's all about controlling the female's tail. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean the leatherbacks that we've I admittedly have not seen a lot of them, and everyone that I've seen has been dead when it's a
Mm,
male.
mm-hmm.
uh the females I see all the time, but the females have a pretty long tail as well.
Right.
And
Yeah.
if we get an animal, a dead animal that looks like a male, I'm always looking for not only how long is the tail, but where's the
Mm-hmm.
cloaca? Is it closer to the end or is it closer to the plastron? So the females have
Gotcha.
the cloaca closer to the plastron, the
Mm-hmm.
males have it closer to the end of the tail.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's so again, that sort of makes sense. The males are on, climbing on her back.
Uh-huh.
You've got to get that tail in position. And
Right.
so the prehensile part is probably part of that. The other part is just having that cloaca
That
near
makes
enough
sense.
female.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Now, I
with
wonder too if
little
the males
geometry,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
little geometry.
Yeah, yeah. Well, speaking of geometry like that, I know in some species of terrestrial tortoise, the males have kind of a concave plastron to make it
Yes, some
easier
of
to get
them.
up onto the female. Do leatherbacks have anything like that, or is it
I don't think
uniform between males and females?
well, other sea turtles, when the males are in breeding condition, they have
Mm-hmm.
what is affectionately known as a floppy belly. Uh,
uh,
the plastron becomes almost sponge-like. I mean, the skin is not porous, but
uh-huh.
touch it, it's like, wow, somebody put padding in here. And if you were to think about, the males climbing on the females and being
Mm-hmm.
able to not only hang on, but you know, not rock off, I guess,
Sure. Yeah.
able to actually cling to the female and they're fairly stable.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that's yeah, I'm sure that's part of the success that because that you only see that in mature males or
Right.
mature males that are um and admittedly I have not seen a male leatherback in breeding conditions, so I'm
Interesting. Okay.
not going to be able to comment on
Uh-huh.
whether they have that what we call a floppy belly or
Right.
not. I mean, they're
That
they're already flexible enough; they may not need it, but I don't know.
sure.
You know, you don't see it in other turtles other than sea turtles, as far as I know.
Because all of the other marine turtles, they've got big bony plastrons, like with
Oh yeah,
these.
yeah.
They're very inflexible, right? Whereas with a leatherback, what is the plastron like? Could you describe that to the audience?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about what a real hard-shelled sea turtle plastron is like in an adult.
Yeah.
It's plates of bone that 2 plates of bone like this, and a
Mm-hmm.
couple plates of bone up in the top, and a couple plates of bone in this, and they're when you get near adulthood, those are not as firmly put together as like a tortoise would be.
Sure. Yeah.
Still, there's some play, and then there are these little spike-like ends. So I talked about this side. The other side
Right.
sort of like that as well. And there's some spikes that go into the peripheral bones on the carapace, anteriorly and posterior, and that there's some flexion of that, during breathing.
Okay.
Yeah, so I always think about it as the plastron flexes relative to the carapace, or those joints are flexible.
Gotcha.
Leatherback plastron is crazy. It looks like somebody started to draw a line around the plastron. They're little thin bones, even on these really big ones.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's almost like it was so most of the plastron is blubber.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, it's basically that's
wild.
I mean, is there bone there? Yes.
Uh-huh.
It's almost like an afterthought.
Right,
So,
yeah. And I guess it makes sense given that these animals are diving to extraordinary depths.
yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting that like so much of this animal's anatomy is built around that concept. Like we've got to be able to compress and be flexible. I want to ask you if that's also true not just for adults but for juveniles too. Like
Yeah.
are baby leatherbacks behaving differently from the hatchlings of other marine turtle species?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And for
Okay.
starters, they're behaving differently. The baby leatherbacks are capable of diving. I mean, when, early in my career, when I didn't have a lot of grant funding, it didn't have any grant funding. One of the things we did was follow little hatchlings offshore.
Uh-huh.
And, we'd get leatherback hatchlings that would dive down, somewhere along the lines of some between 10 and 20 meters.
For a
And
baby turtle.
baby turtle right out of the nest. And
That's nuts.
I
Wow.
knew that was I always had a safety boat in the water,
Yeah.
and the depth finder, and you could see the turtle kicking up sand, and from the bottom it was like, how deep is it here? Oh, 45 feet. Okay, let me do the math here. Holy cow. You
Yeah.
know, and when did they come up? And then they come up, take a couple breaths, go back down.
Uh-huh.
So you don't see a little loggerhead or a little green turtle doing that. So
Right. Yeah. So
different.
that deep diving is something that they do their entire lives. Like right after they hatch, they're doing that. It's kind of integral
Yeah.
to their ecology. That's really interesting. Are they doing that to evade predators, you think? Because they're not finding food at that sort of depth, are they?
Well, no, when they're hatchlings, no,
Yeah.
they're still got that belly full of yolk.
Uh-huh.
Why do they do it? I mean, it's certainly different predators.
Mm-hmm.
The if you're down kicking up sand on the bottom, you might wake up a triggerfish or something.
Sure.
And triggerfish may have a small mouth, but it's a very sharp one. So,
Yeah.
or disturb a shark. I mean, they're pretty vulnerable. The only defense they have is getting out away from shore.
Mm-hmm.
And when they get out away from shore, they're basically distancing themselves from areas with structure. And
Gotcha.
so that, and unlike the hard shells,
Mm-hmm.
they're not going and hanging out in flotsam, floating.
Oh, they're not. Interesting.
Matter of fact, if we've all done other studies where we're looking at development of diving behavior, and
Uh-huh.
turtles were going. We do get influxes of sargassum in the June, July, and August. It sort of dissipates,
Uh-huh.
but there's nothing more pitiful than a leatherback that swam into a patch of sargassum, because they just sit there and go flap. Because
Uh-huh.
and when we've had them in the lab, and we kind of ground up some sargassum and filtered it out to see what they were responding to. That you put that stuff in the water and they're doing backflips. They want to get away from that. They just
Interesting.
really do not want anything to do with float. Their world is surface underneath, surface
Right.
underneath.
Just out in the blue void, like completely away from any other objects or anything like that.
They're all about staying away from things that get in their way.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And that reminds me of, I was watching an older documentary a while back where there were some researchers, I think Scott Eckert might have been one of them. But they were trying to figure out if there was some kind of sonic device that they could attach to fishing nets in order to keep leatherbacks from getting caught in these gill nets. Do you know, I guess I'm segueing into leatherback conservation and what we can do to help protect these animals. Did that ever go anywhere, or did that whole project just kind of...
I don't think the sonic stuff has worked out. We did some work in the lab. When I say we, my husband also works with leatherbacks, and his graduate student did as well. And when we get them in there trying to raise them up, let's make them work, because they're expensive to raise. They cost, they used to say $1,000 a turtle to raise, just for 3 months or something like that. And it's kind of, at this point, we're now looking at like $1,500 a turtle. So
wow.
It's an effort, and then most of that is because they're eating, this high volume, low calorie prey, and so that you have to feed them multiple times a day, and it has to be clean, and it's just, and they're normally out in blue water, and you have to keep them tethered, and all these fun things. So anyway, we try to learn as much as we can from them, and one of the things we were trying to find out was, there was for a long time, there was a lot of concern about the longline fisheries up in, off of Massachusetts and, Maine and off of Canada, and so the bycatch in those areas were primarily young loggerheads. And when I say young, the size versus adults, and leatherbacks, and a lot of the leatherbacks were not hooked in the mouth. They're foul hooked, which made it seem like, well, those long lines, a lot of them have lights on them. So were they being caught because they were attracted to the lights, or were they being caught because they were attracted to the bait? I don't know that we ever got a really good answer on that. But there were some lights that were less attractive to them than others. So we were testing little guys in the lab and extrapolating up from there. And so that was, so the short answer is, gill nets certainly are a problem, especially off of like French Guiana and Suriname and that area. And more, when you're starting to go north, there's entanglement in lobster pots. The good news is a lot of the fishermen don't want to catch leatherbacks. First of all, they're really tough turtle to handle, and secondly, they're that means that hook or that pot is not catching what they need to catch, and then on top, with a big 7 foot long pissed off.
Exactly. Yeah.
So so it's, from that standpoint, I wish I could answer your question. I'm pretty sure the sonic stuff never went anywhere, or we'd be hearing about it and seeing it being
yeah. What about the green light stuff? Because that was something that I saw in another piece of media, like little green lights being attached to, I don't know if they were purse signs or what kind of a net it was, but
they've been using that down in Mexico. That and looking at let's see, ultraviolet, I think.
Okay.
These animals see really well in the green spectrum, green to green blue, and so.
And that's one of the reasons why we use why you use red lights on the beach, right?
They don't see red or very well, or the red yellow range. It has to be pretty bright before it's a problem. So that's why we use red light. Yeah, and that's true for the other species too. The other sea turtle species. Yep.
Yeah. Interesting. That kind of, I would love to be able to ask this question to somebody who focuses on marine turtle phylogeny, which I know is not your area of expertise, but being so familiar with their anatomy and their physiology and everything, what is your general feeling? What's your hot take on how closely related leatherbacks are to the other marine turtles, to the cheloniids, the hard shells? Do you think they diverged way, way back in the Cretaceous, or do you think it may have been more recent than that?
Good
I
question.
know it's a tricky one.
Now, let me tell you what I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
So, and I'll let you define which period that is.
Sure. Yeah.
So when you look at the ancestry to leatherbacks, where we confident where the fossil record is telling us that these were leatherbacks, and they've been around for somewhere in the 110 million years range. Some people say 107, some people say 115, somewhere in that range. That's kind of their ancestry. Whereas the chelonids are, so that's again the hard shell, all the species we have extant today. The oldest one is probably the green turtle, and that's about 60 million years old. So I kind of, my point of reference is, when was that big meteoritic?
That was 66 million years ago. We've got that pretty well dated now.
And so that basically everything we have today pretty much arose after that. But they didn't come out of nowhere. So they weren't, freshwater turtles that became marine. They weren't at that point. They were all there. They all had ancestors that existed before that million year.
Right. Yeah.
And so if you were to look at the fossils that came from 67 million years or 70 million years ago, there were definitely hard-shelled, I think the Thalassochelys, or Thalassochelys lineage seems to be at the very least closely related to the hard shells, but they didn't make it through that extinction event.
Right. Yeah. You get the toxichelyids as well that don't seem to make it out of the Cretaceous, and it's really interesting. I know that leatherbacks have been kind of a mystery phylogenetically for a long time.
But their lineage has been separate for quite a while.
Right. Yeah. And as I understand it, there's even some debate whether they might have a separate marine origin from the cheloniid turtles. It's not the consensus view nowadays, but it's still like a possibility that they may have gone marine separate from like the last ancestor they had with the cheloniid sea turtles may have been terrestrial. So this is something I'm eager to talk about with, turtle paleontologists in the coming year. But they're just such an incredible, unique animal nowadays that I love that we still don't really have a firm understanding of when exactly they diverged and how closely related are they to other turtles, because they're just so different. So I find that really fascinating. Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad, because that's what, when the people that are fascinated by that, somebody's going to be looking at the fossil record and see something that they didn't see before. And, most of the time you see something you didn't see before, and it's interesting, and it might have this much relevance, but every once in a while you get something that's like, oh, wait a minute.
Right. Helps you rethink the whole body of knowledge that came before. Yeah. Kind of on this same theme, I want to ask if there's any particularly mysterious things about dermachelyids, about leatherbacks, that that you would really like to see elucidated. What are some mysteries that you'd like to see solved about these animals?
Okay, so there's several. We for the longest time knew virtually nothing about where little leatherbacks go. So
right.
if you're
the lost years,
when you're talking about conservation earlier, we need turtles coming back to nest. We need genetic diversity. So some of the mysteries are, where are the boys coming from right now?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So so that in itself is an important mystery. But also, when you're looking at conservation and you're only looking at the adults and you're only looking at the nests, there's an awful lot of biology in between those two places.
Oh yeah.
So, and that biology is probably important. Like if you had a kid and you saw it in the crib and then you didn't see it again until it was an adult. It's like, well, what have you been doing for the last 20
Right.
years of your life? So there's some of the tagging is starting to tell us, well, why didn't there are records if you go back into the literature from when there was for a while there were I guess wealthy European folks who were funding expeditions to go collect animals and the
Sure.
dock the oceans and that when you go back and read some of that literature, what you see is we found this loggerhead sitting on in this mat on in this temperature water, and so there was some hints as to where the little hard shells were showing up.
Right.
And the exception to that seems to be the little flat-backed turtles in Australia, but
Oh, interesting.
that's the
Okay.
seventh species that we don't get to see very often.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
but leatherbacks, I mean, there would be an occasional juvenile leatherback, stranding in Australia. There would
Huh.
be the occasional little leatherbacks showing up in Florida, but I mean, you could count them on two hands.
Right. They're just so
And
rare when they're that particular
yeah,
growth
and
stage. That
with the
range, I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
ranges. But knowing where the dead ones were doesn't necessarily tell you where the live ones are. And
Right.
so
Yeah.
some of this tagging work is starting to tell us that. I would
hmm
love to know, so we have to wait till they're big enough to carry a tag. I would love
hmm
to know when, we've got this size going out, what happens, what happens when they're this size? Because at that point they've outgrown their tags. They, when we put a tag on them, they have to be able to shed it without us being there.
Right.
So that's part of being a good, not only a good scientist, but a good, um, you know, good person. You don't want to
Right. Yeah. Having
saddle
a
saddle
conscience.
these
Yeah.
feral species with a backpack that's gonna, warp their spine or something like that.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
that's one of the things we do in the lab ahead of time is we are really trying to make sure that we test these attachments so we know that eventually they're going to fall off on their own and they're
hmm
not going they that's one of the criteria we have to use is not only can they swim normally because
hmm
if they can't you're getting junk data, can they feed themselves normally, again you got to make sure you're not getting junk data, and will that tag fall off on its own and not be a hindrance. Well,
Uh-huh.
you don't want them you know coming across something and becoming entangled or have it flopping around like a fishing lure. You want it
Right.
to shed cleanly, and so that's part of the kind of that weird my my weird talent sticking stuff to turtles and making sure it falls off. um,
Right. I've seen some of your talks about this, and it's totally fascinating. Just all the different creative ways that you've tried to affix these tags, get them to stay on firmly, but also be able to come off when they need to come off. It seems like a delicate balance that you've got to achieve there.
Oh yeah, yeah. But that's again one of the advantages of being able to have them in the lab for a while. We would
Right.
never be able to do, uh, I would never be able to say with confidence that I've put a tag on that's going to stay long enough to tell us something.
hmm
Um, I'd love to have a tag that stayed on for more than 30 days or more than 70 days.
hmm
We're getting as we learned over time. I mean, one of the things we learned about the shedding was shedding scales was finding out that, oh, by the way, this is about the time the turtles shed scales, and so
Right. Yeah.
yeah, those tags aren't cheap. So anytime you miniaturize anything, it's not cheap.
Uh-huh.
So I mean, I think they're up around $1,700 or more, depending on if they're measuring depth too. So it's
Oh
a lot of
boy.
money. Yeah.
Well, that's something I wanted to ask about too. Here on Twitch, given that this is largely like a video game streaming platform, it's not what I
Yeah.
do, but that's what most people do on Twitch. There's a lot of very tech savvy and technology interested people in the chat. What sorts of new technologies would you love to see come online in the next few years that would help you with your work? If there's somebody who's like just starting off in their career in tech and they really want to help make the world a better place,
Yeah.
what could they do that would contribute to our understanding of marine turtles?
Yeah, well, I think there's several things.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of them is, well, let's start with tagging since I've been working on
Yeah.
that. You know, I've been very lucky to have my colleagues both at University of Central Florida and the National Marine Fisheries Service, and now and then we with Upwell Turtles, which is in
Right.
again focusing on all the sea turtles, but a lot with leatherbacks.
Uh-huh.
And so those, and then we've been able to work with, different companies. So the work that Kate Mansfield and I did, we were working with microwave telemetry. They're the first ones to
Oh, cool.
miniaturizing tags for us and making them pressure sensitive.
Uh-huh.
And that was 15 years ago or so. And it's still a good tag. It's giving you water temperature and it's giving you location.
Mm-hmm.
And then another company called Low Tech. That name is, for a high tech company. That's based
Right,
on
yeah.
the founder's name.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, they I bugged them for about 6 years saying, because they would come to the conferences we were at, and I'd say,
Oh,
when are you
cool.
gonna make a little tag? And
Uh-huh.
because a lot of their work is with birds. People work on birds have the same weight
Right.
problems,
Uh-huh.
that we have working with turtles. And so they finally adapted that. And I have to say that, we've been very lucky uh, to work with them. And now there's several other companies. I think Wildlife
Mm-hmm.
Computers is trying to miniaturize some of their successful tags. So there's, at least 3 companies that have good credentials. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure I'm omitting some that I haven't worked with yet, but they, they're so somebody new who has new ideas.
Mm-hmm.
You can start from scratch, or you can you know go with experts and say who
Sure.
already worked out a lot of the details and see if you can be an innovator in a company like one of those. I mean, that would be one of my recommendations. Um,
Okay.
so other things. I mean, one of the things that's a challenge for leatherbacks in general is they have really lousy hatching success. On globally, excuse me, globally, it's about 50%.
Uh-huh.
We think we know some of the problems, but we
Mm-hmm.
certainly don't know all of them. One of them for the longest time was this question about fertility, and
Mm-hmm.
I have one of my students has been working on fertility, and it doesn't look like fertility is a problem for any of those species, at least at this point.
Uh-huh.
So something is dying either early in development or they die very late in development. So,
Uh-huh.
measuring, it would be great if we could measure oxygen in the nest, um,
Interesting. Okay.
moisture in a way that's relevant to an egg.
Uh-huh.
Um, so, they don't take in liquid water, they're using water
Right.
vapor.
Uh-huh.
And whenever you're talking about temperature and moisture together, you're talking, those two go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I- Too much CO2, being produced by the egg.
Uh-huh.
You know, as our beaches warm, are they, the bacterial and fungal communities are changing.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so do we now have pathogens? And you may say, well, these animals had lousy hatching success before. Yeah, they did. Um,
Mm-hmm.
is there something about the more limited genetic pool? Um, there's
Oh,
no, so there's sort of kind of biotech perspectives that we,
right, yeah.
you know, I don't have a good handle on what's enough genetic diversity. I mean, there are calculations that most people learn whether they want to or not
Mm-hmm.
in
What's your
basic.
minimum population number that's
Yeah, but
sustainable and all of this? Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
based on mammals.
Uh-huh.
So, it's to base it on on mammal populations, and then you might be able to apply it to birds. But holy cow, it's
Right.
not
Yeah.
something that lays 80 eggs at a time,
Uh-huh.
and does it. I think I'm trying to remember what I think somewhere 6 to 8 nests in a season, and then you don't see them for a few years.
Hmm.
Um, and they come back then, do it all over again, and only half the eggs hatch if you're lucky. Sometimes you open up a clutch to do an inventory and every single egg hatched, and you go, wow,
Huh.
wow, that's the exception. And
Right.
there's sometimes when you open up a clutch and nothing is hatched, and
Uh,
that's depressing, and it smells bad too.
yeah,
So,
I can imagine.
so
Yeah.
yeah,
So there's lots of different ways that people could get involved with leatherback conservation aside from doing like the biology part of it.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's yeah, I want to one of the my big goals for this year is to try and get people really excited about these animals and try to get them to think about how they might be able to actually help out with leatherback conservation in creative ways that a lot of other folks aren't thinking about. So I appreciate that input there. That's I hope folks are at least a little bit inspired to start thinking about this.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, that the open mind is kind of I think gonna be the key to thinking about make how to make up for the bad stuff we've done, not personally, but uh, across the
collectively as a species, like what we as human beings have done to this planet. Yeah, no,
yeah,
I totally agree. I mean, I think this is such a remarkable animal, and we deserve to have creatures like this in the world alongside us. You know, if they disappear, like what does that say about us? Um, it's just it'd be a huge moral failing. So
yes,
I
very well put, well put.
thank you. Yeah. Before we wrap up here, thank you again so much for your time. We really, really appreciate this. What a privilege.
Well,
How would you recommend folks at home learn more about leatherbacks if they're starting to, really appreciate these animals? How should they continue in learning about them?
okay, so there's several things they can do. There's a book on leatherback biology. I usually have it. Yeah, it's called
Is
the
it this
leather.
one here?
Yeah, yes, that's a good place.
Uh huh.
If you're not into the more um that's a sciencey book.
Yeah.
There's this book which is uh you can buy
Oh,
that on
neat.
Amazon. I will tell you it's a blatant plug. His husband wrote the book. His name's Michael Salmon.
I don't
But
have this one yet. I'm gonna have to check it out. That sounds great.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
you can buy it from Book Baby or Amazon. Sometimes Amazon runs out.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a company called Book Baby. But anyway, this is a collection of essays and they're all short. So, you don't have to
Nice. Okay.
read it and some of it's about leatherback, some of it's about the other
Mm-hmm.
species, some of it's about the kind of the history of thinking about how we learn about turtles.
Right.
So that's kind of fun stuff. Um, and reading is really good. There's
Mm-hmm.
a there's the annual sea turtle symposium. If
Right. Yeah. I'm kicking
international,
myself for not having gotten on this sooner because I would have loved to have been able to go. It's a little too
yeah,
late for that now. Yeah.
I think this year it's in Hawaii. Next year we expect it to be in Saudi Arabia. And
Oh
that's
wow.
yeah, the Red Sea is often described as a soup bowl of turtles because they have 5 species. 5 of the 7
Uh-huh.
species are in those waters.
Does that include leatherbacks?
But
It must, right?
yeah, they don't nest there.
Yeah, yeah. Because they're
Only
not
in
going to have the flat back and they're not going to have the whichever Ridley it is in the Atlantic. I forget.
but they have the others, which is
Right. Yeah. Very cool.
and it's also I had an opportunity to go there for a conference a few years ago,
Uh-huh.
and realize how long the Red Sea is. It's the
Right.
degrees of latitude those animals move across is mind-boggling.
Uh-huh.
So, I think that's where it is next year. I haven't heard the definite part, but
Mm-hmm.
that's the supposition is going to be in Saudi Arabia. Um,
Interesting. Okay.
yeah. So, yes. So conferences. There's places where you can go and see the turtles nest.
Mm-hmm.
In the U.S. sea turtle nesting tourism is pretty much focused around the loggerhead, but
Right.
the same beaches are where the leatherbacks go.
Mm-hmm.
The Marine Lab that I am the director of is we have this visitors gallery. And right next door to us is a nature center, the Gumbo Limbo Nature Center in Boca Raton, Florida.
I've heard very good things.
Yeah, well, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, during like I say, our we don't have people down on the working floor because it is a research facility, but
Uh-huh.
20 feet above us, 20, try again, 10 to 12 feet above us is this open, we call it a visitors gallery. It's like a hallway with lots of information on it. And there's no glass between, well, there's glass between the little kid level so that
Sure.
nobody falls down.
Yeah.
But people can talk to us. We don't have to have a microphone or anything like that. We talk to people all the time.
That's such cool outreach. That's really, really neat. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's breaking down the boundary between science and the public. I love that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
To me, that's really important.
Yeah.
And then there are, that I'm just talking about the ones I'm familiar with. And certainly other places in Trinidad and Tobago, there's
Yeah.
big leatherback nesting beach.
Mhm.
And that there you can see leatherback
Yeah.
nesting.
With nature seekers. Yeah, that's
Yeah, nature seekers, yeah.
really cool organization. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and if you're a sailor or out in the ocean and you spot one, write it down and
Yeah.
report it to whether it's your the equivalent of we have the National Marine Fisheries Service, which is um, responsible for the animals, the recovery of the animals in when I say recovery, I'm talking about the population level recovery from
Right.
it.
Yeah.
Information, and if you spot a dead one, report it.
Yeah.
We all pretty much have our GPS with us these days,
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and it's that's so it's not hard to get a photo
Mm-hmm.
these days and forward it on. I mean, there's certainly in Australia there's a National Marine Fisheries Service. There's a in New Zealand as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah. And I always try to encourage folks in the audience too to get on apps like iNaturalist because
yeah, that was
it's
awesome.
I mean, it's just a cool way to enrich your daily life too, to be aware of these living things around you and be able to keep track of who's who, and you learn
Yeah.
so much by doing that. I'll probably talk about that a little bit when we're done with this interview. I'll extol the virtues of iNaturalist because it's such a cool project. And
Yes, it is.
do you get sightings reported of leatherbacks through iNaturalist? Like, do you pay attention to that?
I have to say I barely keep up with my life.
Right.
So I have iNaturalist. I do use it. But I don't I use it, as a voyeur trying to, whether it's identifying birds or plants
Yeah.
or lizards. We get like 3 skinks around here that all look the
Nice.
same. I'm
Uh-huh.
pretty good with herps, but it's like, oh, or people will send pictures and say, "Oh, this is a viper," and I'm going, "No." That,
Right. Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
so so part of it is if I have an opportunity to keep somebody from chopping a head off of a snake,
Yeah.
I can I will do my best and say, "Oh, by the way, you don't have to wait for somebody to respond. Go get on iNaturalist."
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's I am absolutely a fan. So
Awesome. Yeah. Uh, before I let you go, is there anything that you'd like to plug? How can people support your work, and how can they learn more about what you do?
oh yeah, so we have a couple different ways. One is that the Florida Atlantic University goes by the initials FAU, and if you were to Google up FAU Marine Science Lab,
Mm-hmm.
we have a webpage that we keep up to date, and we also have I have a program for students, the FAU students that involves not just biologists but students in communication and theater and
Very cool.
how to talk to artists. I also have some artists in the past. I don't have any right now, but how to explain science. Because if we, sometimes as scientists, we've got our blinders on and forget that not everybody has a science background. So, so I've been able to work with, private foundations to get students paid to learn how to be science communicators. And
that's so important.
Oh, it's incredibly important. So that's, that program is the, I'm trying to think, I think it's linked through I'm pretty sure it's linked through our website.
Okay, yeah. We'll do some hunting around after this and we'll make sure we find it. Yeah.
And, so there's that, there's the, if you were to Google up, Jeanette Wyneken at Florida Atlantic University, you would probably be led directly to my website, and towards the bottom we have a donate button, which takes you to the Nelligan Fund.
I've got that right here too in the chat. Yeah.
The Nelligan Fund was started by a gentleman who had retired and lived on the beach, or lived on a condo on the beach. He wasn't wealthy, but he got to know the students who were out patrolling the beach and inventorying nests, and thought, well, that's really neat. And long before I got to Florida Atlantic University, he left a little bit of money to start a fund, and
that's awesome.
We've kept it going because it's exactly the kind of thing. Not only does it support the sea turtle research and they're maintaining the essential parts of the lab for the turtles. It also helps support students. So my students and my colleague students who come through and want do, whether it's honors project as undergrads or projects as graduate students. Those are all all of those projects, by the nature of how sea turtles research is permitted, they have to have a conservation component to them. You can't just say, wow, I wonder why their eyelids are shaped the way they are. That may be interesting to some people, but you better have a conservation component to whatever you're doing. And that's what, so I can say with confidence that throughout my career, I've always had to have a conservation implication to what we've done, and still do. And that's where the Nelligan Fund comes in helping to support, those new ideas. And so the website is good. And of course, I'm happy to share my email address, and if somebody or my website, either one. And I think you've got both. So if you want to throw those there, that's fine with me. I answer questions pretty regularly.
I really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us today. And, all too often researchers overworked, underpaid, and kind of discouraged from talking to the public. So I really appreciate your gameness for all of this. Thank you so much, Dr. Wyneken. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for having me on. Really appreciate it.
I know the chat has really enjoyed it too. So we're all very grateful. And with that, I'll let you get on with your evening. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
All right. You too. Bye-bye. All right. Excellent. Let's go ahead and end the call. Perfect. That was Dr. and Professor Jeanette Wyneken of Florida Atlantic University. And hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. Holy moly. So cool to be able to talk about leatherback turtles with someone who actively works on them and knows more about them than just about anybody else on our planet. Pretty special. I hope you recognize how lucky we are, chat. Holy cow. Fantastic. Again, if you're just joining us, we were talking about these incredible animals. Dermichelys coriacea, the world's largest living turtle. Kind of a holdover from the Mesozoic, from the age of dinosaurs, and they are still with us today, albeit barely. Their populations have crashed by 99, maybe 99.5 5% just over the last few decades. We do everything that we can to make sure that these animals are still around a century from now. They've been around for at least about 80 million years, if not longer. We're still figuring that out. I want to make sure that they're still around, hopefully, even after we are gone. Just as individuals, but as a species. And APEC, they cannot be bred in captivity, no. They can't be held in captivity. Let's actually maybe take a look at a video that deals with this, and you'll see Dr. Wyneken in this too. We've taken a look at this video before, but it's worth revisiting for sure, especially now that you've got some more context around it. Let's take a look at this.
These are leatherback sea turtles. We know so little about leatherbacks, especially at the hatchling and juvenile
So this
sizes.
is
So
Jeanette's
it's
lab
really
here.
incredible to get to work with them at those life stages that you would not see out in the wild.
So this is that tethering setup held on with the toupee glue, like Dr. Wyneken was telling us about. Yeah. Yeah. Commander Caleb asked, didn't humans lose 99% of their population and then become the most invasive species? There was a genetic bottleneck. It might have been related to a big volcanic eruption and like the early history of our species, something like 200,000 years ago, something like that, before we even came out of Africa. But it's been a lot of time since then, for sure. But yeah, we could talk about that another time if you'd like to, but I want to stay focused on these critters for the moment. But I guess if that says anything, it says that certain species are capable of bouncing back after an extreme genetic bottleneck like that. And leatherbacks may have actually undergone that as well. As I understand it, they nearly disappeared during the last ice age. Their range may have been severely restricted to maybe like somewhere within the Indian Ocean. I'd love to be able to talk to someone who specializes in leatherback phylogeny and genetics about this. That's something that I'm pursuing right now. But yeah, they may have had a big population bottleneck, so only like their global population shrank severely during the last ice age, and since then they've been able to spread back out across the globe. But that's something I don't understand well enough yet, so I can't really speak on that with any kind of confidence. But yeah, and Apank says Galapagos turtle rivals weight. Leatherbacks definitely take the cake in terms of their mass. So they are by far the world's largest living turtle. They get up nearly to like 2,000 pounds. So like nearly 900 to 1,000 kilos, something like that. I think that's way more than even the largest Galapagos tortoise. But yeah.
We've seen the populations of other sea turtles increase over time, especially due to different kinds of protections. But the leatherbacks especially are very mysterious and unknown.
Yep.
And you need to know about a species before you can help it.
Yep. That's why this work is so crucially important. This is really, really cool stuff. Commander Caleb asked, do you think they adapted? Like they mutated versions? I mean, that's what evolution is there's mutations that arise, and then some of them are weeded out of the population, and some of them propagate, and yeah, that's the thing, is that's a pretty short time ago, the last ice age. And so there's not a great deal of opportunity to evolve and change. Evolution often works more slowly than that. But there are certainly some adaptations that they've picked up here or there. I'm used to thinking on a broader time scale than that as a paleontologist. The last ice age is practically last Thursday, geologically speaking. Super, super recent. So I don't know how much change these animals have actually undergone in the time since then. I don't know. Could be a lot, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
Boca Raton is a classic Florida beach town where residents and tourists enjoy leisurely days of fun in the sun. On the Sunshine State's southeast coast, But beachgoers here often find themselves sharing the sand with some surprising neighbors.
The loggerhead there. And a leatherback. Yeah. Really weird to see them during the day. So, mother leatherbacks will come up almost always at night. This is abnormal to see one during the day. And I feel like it's one of those things that's kind of overrepresented in media. Like when you see a nesting leatherback or any other nesting sea turtle, you're usually seeing it in daylight, even though that's the exception to the rule. I guess it's just easier to film them during the day. So that daytime nesters are overrepresented in media, even though they're not the norm, you know? Yeah.
Here in Boca Raton, we have 5 miles of sandy beach, and we get 3 species of sea turtles: leatherback, loggerhead, and green nesting on our beaches.
Nice.
And some people even come here specifically to see sea turtles.
I am hoping to, at some point in the next few months. There's some details to work out, but yeah, I'm excited about this.
Once, the presence of sea turtles on beaches here and around the world was commonplace. Researchers estimate that in pre-colonial times, there were around 40 million in the nearby Caribbean alone.
40 million! So when, I think it was Columbus was coming through on his voyages, he wrote about, in the Caribbean, there being certain areas where it was almost like there was a pavement of sea turtle shells on the water, and the boat had to kind of like squeeze its way through these. It's not like that anymore. I mean, and it really was like the arrival of Europeans that really kind of doomed these creatures. Yeah, I want to recommend the book here real quick before I forget. I really dislike the title or subtitle of this book, but the book itself is wonderful. Let me grab it. Here we go. It's going to be up here. Here we go. Voyage of the Turtle by Carl Safina. Excellent book. It focuses on leatherbacks, but you learn a lot about marine turtles of all different kinds in this book. And I wish I'd read this sooner. I was not inclined to purchase this book originally because this is In Pursuit of the Earth's Last Dinosaur. That's not a dinosaur. It's a turtle. Like, sure, they are reptiles, like dinosaurs are. But anyway, I didn't get this book originally because it's kind of like, imagine you were looking for like a sports memoir, and it would be like Michael Jordan and how he changed hockey forever. You'd be like, what? What? Huh? If they get that wrong in the title, then what is the rest of the book like? That's what I was kind of fearing with this, but I don't think the author picked this. I think it was the publisher. Anyway, the book is excellent, and this talks about, from the beginning, how abundant marine turtles were in the oceans up until just a few centuries ago. So yeah. Dave Nevia says, did Danny just make a slip up? I don't think so. I know that Michael Jordan didn't play hockey. That was the point. Like, calling a turtle a dinosaur is like saying that Michael Jordan played hockey. I don't know. I'm trying to make an analogy here. I'm not a sports guy. And I love playing sports, but I get bored to tears watching sports. Anyhow. Market it exactly, CB Swords, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Is that true, Commander Caleb? An interesting anecdote. Anyway, back to here. Yeah, marine turtles used to be incredibly abundant all over the world, including in the Caribbean, maybe especially in the Caribbean.
Researchers estimate that in pre-colonial times, there were around 40 million in the nearby Caribbean alone.
Shoot.
But since then, Some species there have lost up to 97% of their historic populations. Globally, others have seen similar declines. Florida turtles have been hard hit too.
There was a time in the past where some species of sea turtles were pretty much extinct in Florida. They were overharvested, overfished, and they were pretty much non-existent as far as nesting on our beaches.
2 of the 3 species nesting in Boca are listed as vulnerable, while 1 is endangered. But in the last quarter century, conservation efforts on Florida beaches have vastly improved the outlook for most of these embattled creatures.
Made a difference there, yeah.
One of the most crucial steps has been protecting the turtles during their short but critical time on land.
How we're going to help the species recover is by protecting nests and protecting hatchlings so they can one day grow up and be adult turtles and come back to these nesting grounds.
Around Florida, teams like this one, led by David Anderson, follow the turtles' tracks to find and protect every nest.
And I love this. If you were to see this on a beach, you'd be like, hang on. It looks like a big old tire track. But there's just one? It's just like a giant off-road unicycle? What in the world? And it comes straight out of the ocean? No, that is a mother turtle right there. Imagine seeing this on the beach and going, what in the world is that? You know?
Anderson, follow the turtles'
a monster
tracks
unicycle,
to
exactly.
find and protect every nest.
And it's really important we get an early start every morning before people come out onto the beach. We mark every single nest with wooden stakes and orange flagging tape. So all of our nests, we're confident that the eggs were inside that perimeter.
And so this is pretty typical, actually. When I was in Puerto Rico, this is how this whole saga started for me. This is how I got brought into this. Is that when I got to go to Puerto Rico last year for the very first time, it was a tremendous privilege, obviously. Be able to explore some family history and stuff for the first time. My ancestors came from Puerto Rico on my dad's side of the family. And it seems like every beach I got to visit, there were sea turtle nests there. And some of them were really big. It's like, maybe they're flagging an area maybe they're being purposefully vague about where exactly the nest is. Or maybe it just is that big because it's a leatherback nest. Mother leatherbacks they make a huge mess on the beach when they're digging a nest. And apparently it's often very difficult to find out where the nest is exactly. Which is a good thing for them, because it helps deter predators, helps thwart them. But, yeah, there's one nest. Here is another one. Right here. It's like every beach we went to. Leatherback nests. Just extraordinary. And of course, I'd been hearing about these creatures since I was a little kid. When you're interested in dinosaurs, when you're interested in Mesozoic reptiles, of course, you're going to hear about leatherbacks. Because they are unique today among modern turtles. Another sign there, hand-painted, on the island of Culebra. But yeah. Just extraordinary, you know? Yeah. And Sensei Pandu says, are they strictly protecting them from human interaction? Or also from land predators, if they even have any? There are a couple of large terrestrial predators that will go after the nesting mothers. Jaguars have been known to attack nesting female leatherbacks. The males never come up onto land, so that's not even a concern. And then apparently crocodiles might as well on the beaches, especially like saltwater crocodiles, which have a big range. They don't just live in Australia. Yeah, and then of course there's lots of land-based predators that also go after baby sea turtles when they're emerging from the nest too, which is why they normally emerge at night. It helps reduce the risk of predation. But yeah, all kinds of different animals would love to, to eat a baby leatherback who are just this big, It's not a large animal. When they first hatch, they're quite small. Here's a 3D print of a baby leatherback right here. Life size. So just a precious little creature, So you can imagine that this is well within the eatable range for a lot of different critters, I wonder if that's another reason why sea turtles are so fascinating to people and why many people have such positive feelings toward these critters. Is there's a certain degree of vulnerability, even to an animal like this. We know how small they are when they first hatch. It's really something, Yeah, and it is amazing how much growth they go through. Absolutely. So, Sensei Pandu, this is not even full size for a leatherback, obviously. This is about as big as I could reasonably 3D print a leatherback model. But they get huge. So this is not even a particularly big one here. But this is a male, I think, Eastern Pacific population leatherback. Captured by this research crew. There's Scott Benson right there, whom we were talking about, and whom we were talking to back in December. But yeah, they get even bigger than this. They nicknamed this guy Ricky. Here's a webpage where you can learn more about this. So this is just from this past year, but here he is there. Again, not even the biggest individual. You see how long his tail is, by the way? Again, we rarely see males, so it's kind of wild to see the tail that long. But anyway, here is Scott Benson babysitting this turtle while he's there on the deck. He's sitting on top of a scale right here. So they can, take a measurement, see how heavy he is, take blood samples, take all kinds of different measurements to try and better understand this population. So this is cool stuff. And of course, all done under permit, as you see there in the picture. Yeah. Here he is being set free.
I got it.
With the tracking tag on his back. Nice. Very cool. And yeah, that's Upwell Turtles who funded this work. There's a chance I might get to join them in September aboard that research vessel and help out with this kind of field work. And I am incredibly excited at the possibility. Stay tuned. But yeah, anyhow, let's get back to our other video here.
Secure in these locations, the eggs can incubate, safe from human traffic. The team keeps an eye on the nests until the eggs hatch, and then lends a hand if there are any stragglers.
Oh, look, a live hatchling.
Oh.
All right. Hey, little guy.
Across Florida, these efforts are making an impact. In 1985, the 3 sea turtle species made just under 27,000 nests in the state. Last year, that number was over 150,000.
Impressive. Oh, and this is going to be a baby loggerhead or green? The head looks big. I'm going to say loggerhead, but I don't know. Peloniid sea turtles, you know. The hard shells, I don't know them very well.
As soon as the hatchlings hit the water, other protections focus on the coastal areas where many of them grow up.
It's a green right
site
there.
Here gives these little green turtles all they need, and that's the food they're looking for.
So again, this is very different from leatherbacks, who, as Jeanette was saying, they just book it out to the open ocean as fast as they can. With the other species of sea turtle, they tend to hang out more toward the coast in these like nursery areas.
In these shallow waters, and then also places to hide at night and sleep.
Greens are the only vegetarian sea turtles, so the coastal seagrasses provide the perfect habitat.
I can relate.
So this turtle, we're going to give it a full assessment. This is the same assessment we do on every turtle we catch. These turtles will come in when they're small, and then they'll move off into deeper seagrass beds in the Keys or within the greater Caribbean.
Loggerheads follow a similar path. By keeping tabs on the turtles near shore, conservationists can help mitigate threats, like boat strikes.
And Pate B says, we've been talking a lot about leatherbacks specifically, but there are others, right? I mean, yeah, there's 7 living species of sea turtle. We've got 7 of them today. I'll show you. Let's find them on our Tree of Life. Let's go to the Testudines, the turtles.
I like turtles.
There we go. So, there's 231 living species of turtle. And especially to anybody watching from the UK or any other, like, British Commonwealth country, I want to make this very clear. These are all turtles. Tortoises are not a different thing. They are a kind of turtle. Terrapins are not really, that's not a real group. They are a kind of turtle. Sea turtles are also a kind of turtle. They're all turtles. They all belong to this group. And there's different subcategories, obviously. Yeah, like there's tortoises over there. Here's the tortoises. There's about 58 living species of tortoise. They all share a common ancestor, so they all evolved from the same ancestral species. Yeah, a lot of these guys. Anyway, the sea turtles are one group. We call these the Chelonioids, the marine turtles. And they all evolved from a common ancestor. We're not sure exactly when. That's one of the things I was talking about with Dr. Wyneken, is does she have a suspicion of how long ago they diverged? Because leatherbacks are so different from all the rest of them.
With massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth, Tyrannosaurus rex was a terrifying sight.
Just like Nell.
44-mile version of the leatherback called Eusphorgis was widely distributed in Western Europe and Eastern North America.
Yes, indeed, Nell. Yeah. The fossil history of this group goes back quite a ways. We'll talk about that in a second. But thank you for the 44 months. Something else that goes back quite a way. Thank you for your continued support for that length of time. I appreciate that, Nell. It's good to be here online. So the leatherback is the earliest diverging. So they split off from this ancestral stock, and they've been doing their own thing ever since. All of the other sea turtles that we have alive today, all 6 other species, they all seem to have diverged sometime during the Cenozoic, during the Age of Mammals, after that asteroid strike that ended the reign of the dinosaurs, except for birds. These guys all split off from that ancestral species after that happened. Leatherbacks split off before. So you'll often hear it said that leatherbacks are the most ancient of sea turtles. And it is the most ancient family of sea turtles, I guess you could say, among living species. These diverged even before the asteroid hit. They were already off on their own, doing their own thing. They split off, and they've got their own lineage going even before that asteroid. But the rest of the living sea turtles, your Ridleys, both Kemps and Olive, your hawksbills, your loggerheads, your flatbacks, and of course your green sea turtles. These are all the hard-shelled sea turtles. They're all more closely related to one another than any of them is to the leatherback. Does that make sense? And it makes a lot of sense when you look at their skeletons, too. The leatherback has a very different skeleton compared to all of these guys. Very funny little hobo. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so what Nell was talking about there, Eosphargus is... I don't think we have a super good understanding of what this animal would have looked like. But its name means, like, dawn leatherback. There we go. Eosphargus. Yeah, here is a cast of the skull. I want to say this one is from somewhere in Europe. But they kind of lived all over the place. Yeah, Western Europe and Eastern North America. Yeah. So this is the same family as the leatherback. There were... Oh, what a cool display there, by the way. Oh, super neat. Yeah. So you see the kind of reduced carapace there? Yeah, fossil. Really neat. What a cool display. Oh, hello, sweetie pie. You were just hanging out there for like 40 minutes while we were doing that interview. Really? Is nobody paying attention to you in the rest of the house? No? So anyway, actually this provides me a good opportunity here for kind of putting things into perspective. You know, we think of leatherbacks as being one of the sea turtles, because they are. They are a kind of sea turtle. And they're related to all the other species of sea turtle, but not... They're more distantly related than you might imagine. So here, you know, we've got about at least 60, 70, I'd say probably closer to like 80 or even 100 million years separating the leatherbacks from all the other species of sea turtle today. To put that into perspective, there is less time separating cats from us. So here, let's do Homo sapiens and Felis catus, the domestic cat. So there we go. Here is us on the Tree of Life. Good old Homo sapiens. That's not exactly our natural habitat there, but we're very good at invading new habitats, new areas. Anyway, here is Felis catus over here, the domestic cat. Just like Sweetie Pie. There's you, Sweetie Pie. Well, there's your species. So we can trace back like where we last had a common ancestor with the domestic cat. It's back here about 85 million years ago. So roughly the same distance between leatherbacks and other sea turtles. So we think of cats as being very different from us as people. We've been evolving in separate directions for a long time. Like our lineages split back in the Cretaceous period. That's also when the leatherback lineage split from the hardshell sea turtle lineage. So it's interesting to think about it that way. In terms of time that the creatures have been evolving, leatherback turtles are about as different from other sea turtles as Sweetie Pie is from me, or from you. How wild is that, you know? I hope that kind of puts things into perspective here. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, and it doesn't just have to be cats. We could also look at, you know, all of these different groups diverge from one another. So you could say that, like, you know, human beings and moles are roughly the same degree of different from one another, at least in terms of time, as leatherbacks are from other sea turtles. Pretty cool to think about, you know? Yeah. Anyhow, you want some more treats? Is that what you're up to? Is that what you want? What do you think? What do you think? Gotta use your words, Sweetie Pie. I don't know what you want. Here. it treat time? Let's see. Oh, that's too many. Put some back. What's that? Okay, is that good enough? You approve? What do you think of that? You could train her to use word buttons, says Peppercat. I don't know if she... I don't know if she would do that. Your cat uses word buttons? Can't say zero? Interesting. That could be neat. Is this Coldplay? Let's see, Claire. No, something called Suburban Dreams? Anyhow. Yeah, no. That would be kind of fun if I could train Sweetie Pie and Mini Pie to use a button thing. I think that would be funny. Go. Hello, chat. Hello, chat. Treats. Sweetie Pie hungry. Sweetie Pie hungry. I mean, there are already some Twitch streams that are like that with a person doing that, right? Yeah. If I could have plants. This is frustrating. Yeah. And hey, Tactical Sponge, how are you doing? Hey. Long time no see, I feel. Yeah, that kind of reminds me of, Blade Runner. Ice cream, so good. I guess this was TikTok, but... Anyway, yeah. Remember this?
Yes.
Anyway, you get the idea. Have you seen that before, Metrodactylis? What a dystopian future we live in. You haven't seen that? Okay. I know it's blasphemy to say this. I don't care. I think Blade Runner 2049 was better than the original Blade Runner for a number of reasons. Anyway. Jim, how are you doing? Jim came in just as we're looking at something random and frivolous. How are you doing, Jim? It's good to see you. How do we get $5,000 for the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site? To prototype a dinosaur track license plate. Would raise $300,000 a year ongoing? Jim, we should talk about this. I think we could figure something out. I think we could. I think that's very doable. Maybe I'll give you a call tomorrow. We can discuss this, or send me an email, Jim. I'd be stoked to help out with that. Well, custom license plates are one of these things that I get particularly enthused about. I mean, look. This one is just like a replica for novelty's sake. But this is what Jim is talking about. In Florida, they actually have a program where you can get this specialty plate, and in paying the fees for that, you're helping support sea turtle conservation and research. So they have a whole like grant program around this. It's been very successful, as I understand it. I wish we could find a video on that. But it would be phenomenal to be able to do that for paleontology in Utah. Here we go. Check this out.
My name is Ashley Reese, and I am the Sea Turtle Conservation Program Director here at the Florida Aquarium. So when you have a really sick and injured sea turtle and they come in and they're debilitated and they're not doing well, and you get a group of people together that are passionate about saving wildlife and using our skills to take that animal from being
That's
sick
gonna be
and
awesome, Jim.
debilitated
Oh, I
to be
can't
able
wait.
to see it all the way through its rehab course and to release it.
I gotta run to the bathroom. I'll be
That is
right
an
back,
awesome
okay?
feeling, and it's one that you can't describe. With the influx of sea turtles continuously stranding year after year, and also with more mass stranding events happening, more sea turtles are needing bed space. So here at the Florida Aquarium, we saw that need, and we decided to apply for a grant through the Sea Turtle License Plate Grant Program to create this MASH unit setup to be able to take in more patients when there's time and need. It is fully temperature controlled. It's also able to maintain the proper temperature that is needed for sea turtles while they're here in rehabilitation. We've also been able to design it to where we can take it apart, kind of like Legos, and rebuild it in any kind of configuration that we need. So if there's a mass stranding event out in the wild and it requires us to respond and we can't take turtles in, we're able to break down the MASH units, bring it out into the field, and be able to temporarily house sea turtles when we're out doing stranding response. Our team works hard to get them to that end stage of being able to release them back out into the wild so that we can conserve each individual species of sea turtles. From all of us here at the Florida Aquarium, we really do appreciate the Sea Turtle License Plate Grant Program. Because of them, we're able to fund projects like our MASH units here to be able to help even more sea turtle patients.
Nice. Yeah. Did you say MASH unit? Like the TV show? I feel like there's some jokes to be made there. Yeah, MASH units. Huh. Yeah, MASH, like, with everybody's favorite character, Hawksbill. The Hawksbill sea turtle, get it? Anyway, I don't know. It needs workshopping. Garage Wing, yeah. Anyway, here we go. This maybe talks a little bit more about the license plate itself.
I've got mine.
I love sea turtles.
We've been supporters for years.
That's my license plate. I wouldn't
Nice.
drive with anything else. Last year, over 70,000 drivers helped sea turtles survive by purchasing the Florida Sea Turtle Specialty License Plate. There are over 120 specialty plates in Florida, and the Helping Sea Turtles Survive Specialty License Plate is unique among them, because it's the only tag that promotes the conservation and protection of Florida's sea turtles. It provides a funding source for the state's Marine Turtle Protection Program, eliminating the need for tax dollars to fund the program. And through a grants program managed by the Sea Turtle Conservancy, returns money to the local level to support turtle conservation. Florida's sea turtles are fighting for survival because of habitat loss, plastics in the ocean, artificial lights on nesting beaches, and climate change. The little extra you pay for a sea turtle tag helps organizations here in Florida conduct research, protect and rehabilitate turtles, and educate the public about this beloved endangered species. Sea turtle nesting is slowly increasing in Florida, and larger numbers of sea turtles are inhabiting our coastal waters, an encouraging trend that all of us who choose to display the turtle tag can take pride in. Besides, who can resist this cute little guy? Because it matters to us which plate you buy.
Very cool. So really neat program that they have there in Florida, and it's been successful. I mean, I kind of wish we'd ask Jeanette about that. Super cool. Super cool. So Jim is talking about doing this to support work at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site down there in southern Utah. I know from experience that dinosaur-themed plates can be really exciting to people, and they have the potential to be really popular. Let me show off mine that I had when I was in Montana. I had this on my old Suzuki Samurai, and then on my Toyota FJ Cruiser. Right here. Yeah. Museum of the Rockies plates. So the proceeds from this went to help fund Museum of the Rockies. Something like $40, $50 a year, something like that. But yeah, and this is not a novelty one. This is my actual license plate from when I lived there. So yeah. Dinosaur was taken, paleo was taken, but fossil was not. So that was pretty neat. So Jim is talking about starting something like this in Utah. I guess they already have one going for the Utah Geological Survey. I guess that looks like it's going to happen, I guess. But they're going to do another one maybe for St. George, which would be super, super cool. And it would be a great way to help fund that program. Montana was funny, and Montana is one of the least populous of all U.S. states. I think it's just over 1 million people live in Montana. So U.S. states by population. There we go. California, of course, is first. And then Texas, Florida, New York, and Pennsylvania. I gotta scroll all the way down here to get to... Oh, Montana's higher than I thought it would be. 43 in terms of population. Okay. 1.14 million people, looks like. So, slightly more people than live in Rhode Island live in Montana. So I used to joke that Montana had more custom license plate designs than they had residents. Because they have a lot. It was like, I think it was like 200 or 300 when I lived there. Yeah, there were so many. I remember going to they don't have a DMV in Montana, it's the MVD, the Motor Vehicle Department. And they had a big poster up on the wall. Here's mine. There's the Rockies one. But they had a big poster up on the wall, and there were seriously like 300 different designs. And so for some of them, it must... Oh, here we go. Montana? These look like they're different states. That's not it. Anyway, they had so many. And some of them are for, like, the girls' middle school basketball team for a town of 60 people. It's like, how many of those plates are in existence? Like 2? Here, Montana's specialty license plates. Likely decreasing after the new year. Uh-oh, this is from 2019. Anyway, this is just a small subset of all the different ones that you could get. Yeah. But some of them were like, Libby, Montana, girls middle school basketball. And it was like, how many people live in Libby, Montana? Libby, Montana. Oh, shoot. 2,700. Way more than I thought. Anyway, they had their own license plate for the girls' basketball team. And I remember there was a documentary that they used to show. It was like a local Montana PBS documentary about, like, ultra-rural, tiny Montana town, I think girls' high school basketball teams. And so, like, if you're on a basketball team in rural Montana, you might spend, like, 9 hours in the car driving to a basketball game. And that's, like, because it's a big state, and towns are so remote there. So they had this documentary about it, and they would show it at the airport. And I remember Denver Fowler joking about this. He was like, this is a terrible advertisement for the state of Montana. It's like, how do you tell people that, like, yeah, we don't have anything going on here? But Denver's like, it's dreadful. He had to sit in the airport for a long time because his flight was delayed or something. And he's like, the whole documentary is crying. The girls, they cry when they win. They cry when they lose. They're just crying the whole time. And it's like, isn't there anything else going on? It was, yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it on YouTube, but it was through Montana PBS, I think. I don't know, it was really funny, I thought. Yeah. They cry when they have to get in the car for a 9-hour drive? Yeah, and it's not, the joke is not, haha, girls cry. That's not the joke. It's just, like, it's just so, it's so much crying in the documentary about high school basketball. Yeah. There it is. Class C, the only game in town is what it's called. A story that will change the way you see rural America. I'll give you a link. We're not going to look at it now. But I just found it really amusing. But yeah, Charlie's Dragon says both winning and losing is emotional events. I don't blame it. Yeah, of course. I don't mean to denigrate small town life. That's, you know. I spend a lot of time in very rural areas during the summer. You know, even though I guess I gotta get our lights going here. Hang on. Come on now. It's loading. I have to turn this off during the interviews so the lights don't go crazy. Let's try it. There we go. It worked. Yeah. You know, fine. Call me a bi-coastal elitist, but, you know, I only really live on one coast. So a mono-coastal elitist, maybe? I don't think of myself as an elitist, but... Anyway, I spent a lot of time They fly over states too. I definitely appreciate them for what they are. So there's no shame in living in the interior of the country. Certainly not. Anyhow. The important part is that you are elite. I don't know if I am, Die Thumbs Attack. That's why I think field work is so important. Sometimes is that it humbles you. When I'm out there in the Badlands digging up dinosaurs, like, you know, sleeping in a tent every night. I did 11 weeks of this last year. 11 weeks. It's a lot. It's hard to be highfalutin when, you know, you're going to the bathroom in a bucket every morning. When your idea of a good meal sometimes is like eating cold beans out of a Frisbee. Keeps you humble. Put it that way. Frisbees sound elite. Sorry, I should clarify. Non-brand name plastic flying disc beans. Pretty sure Frisbee is a registered trademark. Can't afford that kind of thing. But yeah. How did we get on this? Oh, we were talking about license plates and stuff, and small town Montana, and all of that. Anyway, really excited for that with Jim. Hopefully they're able to get that going, and if there's anything I can do to help get that off the ground, if we need to do some fundraising or something, it's a worthy goal. I'd be for that. Yeah. There you go, Diane Thomas, yeah. Yeah. Let's get back to our sea turtle conservation here in the great state of Florida. Here we go.
Strikes, loss of key habitat, and pollution.
I am hopeful for this turtle, and I think the conservation efforts that we've put in place, I give this a really good chance for this animal to make it to maturity and have a successful life.
And you did miss the interview, H. Mono Cook, but check out the VOD. It was really good.
Things are looking up. But protecting leatherbacks presents some additional challenges.
Leatherbacks are very interesting animals. They're very mysterious because they spend most all of their lives out in the open ocean.
Yep, highly pelagic.
As much about them as we do the other two species. Which
so there's a word, is your 50-cent word of the day. Pelagic. We'll be talking about this a lot on Friday. Pelagic, relating to or living in the open ocean. Pelagic fisheries target fish living in the water column, not near the coast or seafloor. So pelagic means way out in the open ocean, away from the coast. You're there in that big blue void. That's where leatherbacks spend their lives. They're not hanging out near the coast the majority of the time. And do leatherbacks bite? Are they generally chill? They're generally chill, yeah. Although I know of at least one instance of a leatherback trying to attack a boat. Had a good reason, though. Here, it might even be in the Wikipedia article. Yeah, here we go. The adult leatherback has been observed aggressively defending itself at sea from predators. A medium-sized adult was observed chasing a shark that had attempted to bite it. So, here comes a shark, tries to bite the leatherback. Leatherback is angry, says no, chases away the shark, and then it turned its aggression and attacked the boat containing the humans observing the prior interaction. So we know about this because people were there to witness it. And then the leatherback is so just pumped up and angry after chasing away the shark. It turns around and starts going after the boat. Yeah. That's the only instance that I know of, though, where leatherback went all aggro there. Check out this book, actually. Turtles of the United States and Canada. Thrift books. Acceptable condition. I might put that on my wish list and see if it gets if there are any better copies that show up. I could get a new one for $109, but that's okay, I think. This is the book that apparently contains that anecdote. The citation on Wikipedia turns you back to here. But yeah. Let me wish list this. Nice. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, everyone get away from me, says Baby. Yeah. And Sloppy Salamander says, yeah, I'd attack that boat too. I mean, relatable, right? That is one of the funny things about these animals. Despite how very different they are from us, I think we kind of see some of ourselves in them, you know? They're easy to relate to in a way that is surprising given how distant they are phylogenetically from us. Yeah. Yeah. Gray whales, that's interesting. Bizarre. Weird, Dave Nebius, that's really weird. Interesting. Anyway, let's get back to our leatherbacks here.
The open ocean. We
They're
don't
pelagic.
know as much about them as we do the other two species, which we see all the time off the coast and in the intracoastal waterway.
It can be 20 to 30 years from the moment leatherbacks enter the surf as hatchlings until they return to land to lay eggs.
And as Dr. Wyneken was saying earlier, it might actually be shorter than this. These are the fastest growing of all marine turtles. And so they might not take as long to mature as the smaller species, oddly enough. Really interesting.
Scientists
might be like, what she said, maybe 15 years, maybe 20? Not like the 25, which is the figure that I hear most often for other turtle species. Yeah. And Handy says, are those fish around the turtle waiting for jellyfish scraps? I think those are pilot fish there in this clip. Yeah, so they'll get remores and pilot fish, and they will... yeah, they just kind of tag along with larger animals. I think often looking for food. What is the deal? Like, I wonder if they eat parasites off them too. Pilot fish. They're from the Trevally family. Yeah. They look like, they look like old-timey jailbirds. Don't they? Free my man. Unjustly imprisoned. They congregate around sharks, rays, and sea turtles, where they eat ectoparasites on and leftovers around the host species. Very cool. That's really neat. Okay. So they do eat parasites. Huh. Interesting. Here's a link if you want to read more about pilotfish. Neat. And that's a surprisingly short article for a single species. Especially one that's this widespread. Oftentimes when you have an article that's this short, it'll be for the whole family or whatever, because each of the species have a much longer article. If we go up to this subfamily, this is probably going to be a stub. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, interesting. So that's what's going on right here. Pilotfish. Hanging out with this turtle. They're really looking for scraps of food and also eating any parasites that might be on
They're
there.
very mysterious because they spend most all of their lives out in the open ocean. We don't know as much about them as we do the other two species, which...
And again, chat, what is the term that we use for open ocean creatures like this? What do we call them? What was it? Far out, man, says Murph. Yeah, Neverwinter and Hanny's. You got it. It is pelagic. Yeah. Anyhow.
We see all the time off the coast and in the intercoastal waterway.
It can be 20 to 30 years from the moment leatherbacks enter the surf as hatchlings until they return to land to lay eggs. Scientists have data about the adult leatherbacks' years at sea from satellite tags they put on them when they come ashore. They've learned that leatherbacks have the widest distribution of any reptile, migrating from the tropics almost to the poles. They can swim over 10,000 miles a year.
I bet you most of you in chat can't even swim 10,000 miles a year, you know? Get on their level. Which reminds me, how many people were not here at the beginning of today's stream and they missed our new cold open video all about leatherback turtles? Give me a 1 in the chat if you didn't see that, or if you'd like to see it again. Just shy. Yeah, Lenina was at like 9,900 miles, but not quite 10,000. But yeah, we had a brand new video that I found over the weekend, and I did my best to translate, despite not speaking or understanding Japanese. I still did my very best to translate it. Here, I can play that for you right now, just for fun. Let's go ahead and do that. Ready? Here it goes.
オサガメは太平洋や大西洋、インド洋に地中海などいろんなところに住むウミガメの仲間で、日本でも時々見つかったりすることがあります。大きさは大きいものだと2メートル以上、重さ500キロ以上と、身近なものだと自動販売機と同じくらいの、ウミガメどころか今生きているカメの中では一番大きい、すごいでかいカメです。しかも、一番は大きさだけでなく、泳ぐ速さもウミガメで一番速くて、潜る深さも1000メートル以上と、これまた一番深くて、泳ぐ距離も1万2000キロと、記録尽くしのとんでもないカメだったりします。そんなオサガメは、見た目が非常に特徴的で、形は、上から見ると他のカメに比べて細長い流線形で、頭からお尻の方にかけてケールがある。モーターボートをひっくり返したような形になっていて、それのおかげで水の抵抗が少なく早く泳げるのではと考えられています。そしてもう一つ、見た目の大きな特徴として、他のカメのような硬い甲羅がないっていうのもあります。オサガメの甲羅は 細かい骨が集まってアスファルト舗装されたみたいになった上を皮膚が覆っていて、硬いゴムのような弾力性を持っています。この弾力性のおかげで水深1000メートル以上潜っても水圧に耐えることができるというわけです。ちなみに、こういった特徴から、オサガメは英語だとレザーバックタートルもしくはレザーバックシータートルって言いますが、
There you go. Even if it's not a correct translation, I still wanted people to learn something, you know? I didn't edit any of the footage, I only put the subtitles over. But, yeah. It's all true. Anyway, let's, continue here.
See from satellite tags they put on them when they come ashore. They've learned that leatherbacks have the widest distribution of any reptile, migrating from the tropics almost to the poles.
Glad you like
they can
that,
swim over 10,000 miles a year. But they know almost nothing about where these turtles go in the first few decades of their lives. Their so-called lost years.
So we were talking about the lost years with Dr. Jeanette Wyneken, and I believe here is her facility here. So we were talking about this during the interview. Here it is. And Kacklinsworth, you have an excellent evening. Hope you get some good rest. Hope to see you tomorrow.
Scientists at Florida Atlantic University
FAU
are trying to solve that mystery.
There she is.
This is a very unique marine lab. We have the facilities to bring in hatchling sea turtles, raise them for days to weeks to even months. The reason why we bring those animals in is to understand their early life.
Yep. Check this out. And League, I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that. Yeah. I don't know, League. Yeah, sorry, that's outside of my realm of expertise.
When the hatchlings come out, the hatchlings are about this big. We don't see it again till it's a 6 or 7 foot long turtle. That's a lot of biology that's going on between this and this.
Yep.
So it's really hard to know a lot about these animals.
This lab is the only one in the world that raises these little leatherbacks, and we've learned so much in the few years that I've worked with them.
In the tanks, researchers study their growth, behavior, and feeding habits. But raising these open ocean travelers has its challenges.
Right,
We've learned that they
yeah.
need to be on a tether type system in their tank.
Yep. So literally tethered swimming, just like the Simpsons joke, you know? Favorite Olympic sport, says Salamander, yeah.
This gets uglier every year. Any sign of Barton Millhouse? No, and if they don't get here soon, it'll be TS for them.
I don't feel right.
Yeah, tethered swimming. TS for them. That's how it is for leatherbacks, but this is how to keep them safe and healthy in captivity, because otherwise they will just run into the sides of the tanks. Because, again, what's the word that we use to describe species that live out in the open ocean? What is it, chat? They are... pelagic. Yes, Claire. Well done. They're not used to, like, any kind of boundary whatsoever. So they will just continue to run into the sides of the tank until they're just in tatters. So they have to keep them tethered like this. Yeah.
But raising these open ocean travelers has its challenges.
We've learned that they need to be on a tether type system in their tank.
They're just constantly swimming anyway, so that would mimic them swimming in the open ocean. If these guys were off of their Velcro tethers, they'd be constantly running into the wall.
We've also learned what their dietary needs are and different recipes that fit those dietary needs.
Ralph, there you go.
Their natural diet is jellyfish. So here in the lab, we do try to replicate that. When feeding them, we do undulate the food like a jellyfish. So that movement, they can detect and see in the wild as well.
So he's coming for the peas.
Their taste for jellyfish may leave leatherbacks vulnerable at sea.
One threat that leatherbacks face is plastic pollution, especially things like plastic bags that look like jellyfish in the water.
Leatherbacks also fall prey to long lines and abandoned fishing gear that can entangle and drown them.
Nets.
That's why it's so important to understand where they spend their early years.
And yeah, Petrodactylus, all of these get released to the wild afterward. Yeah, they basically like double or maybe triple in size, and then they get released with tags on them, like you're going to see here.
Important to understand where they spend their early years. To find out, Jeanette's lab is working on a pioneering tracking program with the non.
So there is Jeanette right there, and there's George Schillinger right here, who is the head of Upwell Turtles, who actually helped fund this work. So hopefully we'll be able to bring George on for an interview at some point soon, too.
Profit Upwell, which focuses on turtle conservation at sea.
They've got the ability to help us with the satellite tracking of where our little turtles go.
This is the first ever tracking project for such small, young leatherbacks.
Yeah. Oh, it's red. It's blinking.
Raising the turtles in the lab for 2 to 3 months allows them to grow big enough to carry the trackers.
That was a beat. Yeah, I heard the beat. Okay.
Jeanette and Emily help activate a satellite device.
All right, let's take this turtle out.
And return this little turtle back to the wild.
Oh. Beautiful.
As the youngsters swim off, the tags will send back data on their location, depth, and direction for about a month.
Once you know where they're going, then we can share that with the regulatory agencies that protect those habitats. We're starting to learn what route the turtles are going to take and what they're going to encounter along those long migrations. And each year we get a little more information about where these little turtles go.
That's really important.
So far, they've tracked the turtles riding the Gulf Stream along the coast, then heading out to sea. As the success on land already shows, the more we learn, the greater the potential to keep these amazing animals safe, even if that's far from shore.
I'm hopeful for the future of sea turtles. I think there's enough people that are passionate about them, that are putting in efforts to protect them and increase their numbers.
Very cool. Here's a link, that video right here. And again, what an honor and a privilege to be able to interview Dr. Wyneken earlier. That was pretty darn cool. Again, if any of you came in after the interview, check out the VOD earlier. It was a ton of fun, and I certainly learned a few things. You did too. Astrostorm says, darn, I never get to do stuff as cool as that. I mean, it's doable. That's, I think, is it's a grammar atrocity right there. I think that is one of the things that really drew me toward leatherback turtle conservation, is as a dinosaur paleontologist, I'm thinking about dinosaurs all the time. I'm working on them, I'm digging them up, I'm studying them, writing papers on them, all of this. And apart from birds, I never get to see a living dinosaur. Leatherback turtles are a creature also from the Mesozoic, from the age of dinosaurs, and they're still around today, at least for the moment. They're at real risk of extinction. But we could do something about that. If I can help get people excited about these animals, then maybe we can help them make it into the next century, and then the next after that. These creatures have been around for, oh shoot, it's like the sticker that I made, you know? Many of you have seen this already. You probably got one if you met me at TwitchCon. But yeah, these creatures, leatherbacks, have been around 800,000 centuries, about 80 million years, give or take. Don't let this one be their last. We could save them. It's because of human beings that they've lost about 99% of their population size. We got them into this mess, and we should get them out of it. Yeah. Just stick your laptop. There you go, Lydia. Yeah. Anyway. Cool stuff. On this same token, we're going to be visiting a special facility on Friday, doing another IRL stream there. Very excited about this. Here we go. If this seems interesting to you, make sure that you tune in on Friday.
Ocean areas that are like the underwater parks that we should all be proud of, that people still aren't even really aware or understanding that these exist and why they're important. And we're still trying to get broad access and awareness of that information, that we exist. These are special places. They belong to me. They belong to you. And we should continue to conserve and protect them.
So this is the National Marine Sanctuary, which is this... Well, here, they'll get into it in the video, I'm sure.
My name is Claire Fackler, and I work for the NOAA Office of National Marine Sanctuaries. So I like to think of these national marine sanctuaries and marine national monuments as spectacular underwater parks. So like the Yosemite,
like a national park,
the Yellowstones on
ocean,
land, but these are found completely underwater. So, for example, in Monterey Bay, you'll have a deep sea canyon that's very close to shore. You've got majestic kelp forests full of sea otters and sea lions, killer whales. One of the largest congregations of blue whales are found in the Monterey Bay Sanctuary. Wonderful rocky intertidal areas to explore from shore. And it's just these majestic, amazing places that we can learn so much, and we're trying to protect for now and future generations.
Yep.
So some sanctuaries protect maritime heritage, shipwrecks, things of historical value. Some sanctuaries protect biological resources, which is really the main reason that the Monterey Bay Sanctuary is there. My name is Chad King from NOAA's Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, and I will be leading an expedition to unexplored areas of the Davidson Seamount. Essentially, that new area has been protected for about 10 years, but there's a lot that we still have not surveyed or characterized in the area. So we're going to a little area southeast of the main part of the seamount, and there's a couple of linear features and little pinnacles.
Anyway, this is really cool science that's going on there. I'll give you a link if you'd like to watch the rest of this. Just a couple more minutes, but... And, here we go. Get a map of the National Marine Sanctuary here. So it's really important that these areas be protected so that it doesn't get overfished. You don't have all of these critters being killed by fishing operations. Having a protected area here where fishing can be properly regulated is really, really important for preserving biodiversity, including leatherback turtles. So, here's Monterey Bay right here. There's the town of Santa Cruz. This is where I'm going to be at on Friday. And we're going to be visiting the Sanctuary Exploration Center. As you can see here, these folks have made a little video about it.
So if Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary is kind of like a national forest, the Sanctuary Exploration Center is the visitor center for that national forest, except we're a national
So we're
marine
going to be taking a tour of this on Friday and streaming it. Really excited.
And so this National Marine Sanctuary is really large. It goes all the way from just north of San Francisco Bay at the Marin Headlands, all the way down past Monterey Bay, past Big Sur, and down to Cambria.
Very cool. Yeah,
a really large area of California that's protected essentially by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA.
Much of the ocean is empty space and water, but there are these biological hotspots around the planet, and we are sitting on one of the hottest hotspots of all the temperate regions around the globe. We can even see humpback whales feeding right off the shores. We see the seabirds, we see the sea lions and the otters and dolphin. This is a dynamic, healthy, thriving, very biologically diverse hotspot and is very special.
So right now we are in the kelp forest, and this area is where we can explore life in the kelp forest. So we have a diver here looking around at the many, many species that you can find. And because kelp is so dense and so tall, because they are such great photosynthesizers, we have so many zones in the water column that are a habitat. So you can find crustaceans near the seafloor, sea stars. We have an otter up here. The prey like to hide within the kelp, but the predators are very smart and they know the hiding spots.
Like a wolf eel there?
This is also their hunting grounds. It's a really important visual representation to show people who may not get the chance to dive.
So we hope to be a place where people, both from within the Monterey Bay community as well as nationwide and even international visitors, can come, learn a little bit about what makes this a really special place and why it's worth protecting.
Why do you think it's so important to have educational centers like this teaching about sanctuaries?
How else are people going to realize and understand the dangers of plastics and the dangers to sea life that we humans, don't even think about?
I feel it's important to get the new generation involved in, conservation efforts. Need to step it up quite a bit, and all the technology integrated in the exhibits is wonderful. It kind of gets their attention better, and I liked it a lot.
And why do you think it's important to have centers like this to teach people about the sanctuary?
Because it's fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I passed by here and someone was coming out of the building. They hadn't even opened yet. I said, "Oh, are you going to take volunteers?" And they said, "Oh, yes." My favorite animal is...
Is what? What's she going to say, chat? What's she going to say?
The leatherback turtle.
Yes. So excited to show this off. There's apparently a really interesting story about this cast of a leatherback turtle that they have up on the wall there. So we'll be checking this out on Friday.
And they hadn't even opened yet. I said, "Oh, are you going to take volunteers?" And they said, "Oh, yes." My favorite animal is the leatherback turtle. Never seen it. since I've worked here, I've met about 5 different people who have actually seen one. And so it's...
And I think that's part of the appeal of this animal to me, is that so many people know about this creature, but they've never seen one in the wild. Never seen a living one, really. And it almost puts them in, like I was talking about with Jeanette earlier, it almost puts them in league with, like, you know, made up legendary creatures. But this animal is absolutely 100% real. And yet it still has that mystique about it. You know? Yeah. Like dragons or griffins. Exactly, Claire. Yeah. Yeah.
It's just those connections with something bigger than myself that I really enjoy.
Yeah.
It's just this excellent synthesis of values that I believe in, protecting the ocean, but also being able to get out there and just be in my community.
Yeah. Anyway, really cool. Really excited to show this off to everybody on Friday. Really looking forward to that. Yeah. Anyhow. Addicted to Cabbing says Bigfoot is real, Kappa. I mean, yeah, he does live in all of our hearts, you know? The real Bigfoots were the friends we made along the way. Yeah. And Golganek said, I thought she was going to say that she had met 5 different leatherbacks. That'd be pretty cool, you know? Met 2 of them stacked up in a trench coat. They walked right through the door. No, yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. Well, shoot, with that, I think I might actually end today's stream a little bit early, because I've got a bunch of preparations that I have to make, not just for Friday's stream, but also for this upcoming trip to Colorado. So I've got to check on some emails and stuff like that. I've got to start packing. There's a bunch of chores that I've got to do, including laundry. So I think we might wrap up today's stream a little bit early, if that's okay with all of you. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, what's in Colorado? A bunch of stuff, including some really cool museums that I am hoping to hear back from. So, yeah. Given that we'll be doing at least one extra stream this week, on Friday, I figure it's about time we wrap up today's stream. Again, about an hour early today, or 45 minutes early, whatever. But real quick before that, take a look at our schedule. So again, special stream on Friday. Visiting the Sanctuary Exploration Center in Santa Cruz. And of course, we've got Thursday Birds Day tomorrow, and I hope you'll join me for that. It's going to be fun. Anyway, so with that said, let's go ahead and wrap things up here. Again, a little bit early today. Don't go away just yet. We're gonna raid into somebody else doing some science. Let's see if Reiko is on right now. But let's put a Smilodon under our credits. There's our credits. Good. They're working. Excellent. Who else is on right now? Let's see if Reiko is. But thank you to everybody who's about to be named in our credits. From new followers and raiders to the subscribers and the gifters and the cheerers, the people who make these streams possible through their continued support. I appreciate that more than you know. Likewise to our stalwart and loyal moderators who work so hard to keep these streams safe and welcoming for everybody by monitoring the chat. Thank you, mods, for helping set the tone here. kind of being the backbone of our community. I appreciate you more than you know, mods. I know I say it a lot. I'll say it again. Thank you. Anyway, we've got exciting stuff coming up tomorrow and this week, stuff I've got to get ready for. So we are going to go right into Rhacodactylus. Reiko happens to be a fellow scientist, a researcher in cognitive science. He studies why people believe things, often weird things, from urban legends to conspiracy theories to pseudoscience, all of that stuff. It's important to understand.
Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bone.
Oh, Ikawala, thank you for the 41 months of support. I really appreciate that, Ikawala. Thank you for helping keep me here online. We're going to go right into Reiko and continue our science discussion for today. So I'll see you there, everybody. And I'll see you tomorrow for Thursday Birds Day, too, I hope. All right, take care, everybody.